Hi, everybody. We are live. Jefferson, not first, but here before me. Kind of, maybe. Don't really count. So, anyways, guys, we're going to do day 2 of Daniel Howard. I know that the first day was kind of bad. We heard that Daniel, being accused of murdering his wife, like, oh, he wasn't crying. He wasn't crying hard enough. And he was rubbing his hands in his pockets. Like, well, it was February in Idaho. So, there's all kinds of issues there. If you guys were not aware, Daniel's accused of murdering his wife, Kendy. She was found in the bathtub. She had shot herself in the mouth, apparently. But the police believe that, well, the fireplace is running full pitch. Well, it's Idaho in February. The dryer is running. Okay, well, who set the dryer? Maybe Daniel set the dryer. Like, there's no. Now, obviously, their argument is that Kendy did all this, that she had stoked the fires, that she had ran the laundry because she was moving on to a new phase in her life. She was getting a lot of stuff done. Her and Daniel were getting a divorce, and Daniel didn't want that because there was over $2 million in assets between them. So the theory is Daniel killed her. So we are on to day 2 now. The audio still sucks. I can tell you. I looked ahead because we're on day 5 now. Days 3, 4, and 5 have better audio. So this will make it a lot. It'll make it a lot more enjoyable and pleasant. I can promise you that the audio does get better. I know that because I checked. If it didn't get any better, I understand we might want to dump this, but for now we've got the audio is going to suck, but tomorrow it will be better. So, let's get going. And Darcy, yes, you were first. Congratulations. But let's get started. Where is? Yep, there it is. All right, here we go, guys. If you guys remember, this is the prosecutor's office's investigator, so their own detective. She did all the warrants for the Facebook messages, and they're kind of going through all the social media stuff now, getting it in. So here we go. Utilize one. Also, there are no captions for today either. No closed captioning.
At a time, essentially, for a conversation.
As I recall, yes. Typically, if they started a conversation in one format, they would stick with it.
Were you able to likewise download those conversations from the phone?
Yes.
Were you able to identify potentially relevant portions of those conversations?
Yes.
Were you able to correct any dates that were not in Pacific time as needed?
Yes.
Did you make any other alterations to those conversations other than crops and redactions may be required by court rules?
No.
Ready to approach the witness?
Amen.
Smart Hopper, again, I'm handing you some large stacks. So it's Exhibit 73A through D and Exhibit 72A through I. Do you recognize what these are, and then feel free to flip through?
I do.
Starting with 72, what do you recognize those to be?
These are text messages between Kendy Howard and Daniel Howard.
And Exhibit 73?
These are Facebook Messenger messages between Kendy Howard and Daniel Howard.
Now, in Smart Hopper, we talked quite a bit about how you obtain those Facebook Messenger conversations, but just to clarify, the raw phone extraction that you received from law enforcement, did that also contain phone calls and text messages the way a normal phone does outside of specific applications?
Yes.
And would those be the text messages that are contained in Exhibit 72A through I?
Yes.
And were these specific to Dan and Kendy alone?
That batch, yes.
All right, so I'm going to move to admit 72A through I and 73A through D.
Any objection? One more time.
Likewise, Ms. Markhoffer, did Kendy Howard's phone contain records of phone calls?
Yes,
Were those phone calls that were made, and essentially the way a normal phone functions, outside of using an application like Facebook Messenger?
yes,
Were you also able to see that she made calls through the Facebook Messenger application?
yes,
Were there times that a particular call would be recorded in the Facebook Messenger application and through the normal call log?
yes,
Were you able to identify particular portions of Kendy Howard's phone records that were relevant to this case?
yes.
Did you make any changes to those phone records other than identifying those relevant timeframes?
Objection, Your Honor, no need for it. Yes? You can continue.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
Ms. Marhoff, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 78A and B. Start first with 78B. What do you recognize that to be?
78B is a 3-page extraction from the column.
Whose call log?
Kendy Howard.
Is it associated with a particular date?
It is
What date?
January 29th of 2021.
Was that a date that was identified as being of evidentiary value?
Yes, it was.
Did you make any alterations to that phone log?
Other than the extraction, no.
78A?
78A is an exhibit that I created in 2 parts. First part being the clip from the Facebook Messenger, and the second being 2 entries clipped from Exhibit 78B.
What was the purpose of making that particular exhibit?
This particular exhibit is in relation to January 29th of 2021 at 5 a.m.
I'm going to stop you there. Let me ask a better question. Did you notice any similarities between what's contained in 78A and 78B?
I did.
What was that?
They were both in relation to phone calls to Dan Prado.
Did the phone calls in 78A match the phone calls in 78B?
The entries from the phone log were the times that the phone call started, and the Facebook entries were the log of the length of the phone calls. So they did correlate.
And it combined, do they create a complete record of particular phone calls?
Yes, they do.
Other than the selection of those particular calls that you previously described in 78A, you made any alterations to that call logs?
No. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, we did. There was a date entry on the top, like in the header, that I did white out.
And at this time, I would move to admit 78A and B.
Any objection? 78A and B are admitted.
Okay, Ms. Marhofer. During the course of this investigation, did you come across information that was related to purchases that Kendy Howard was making in the time before her death?
Yes,
And was there a particularly large purchase that Kendy made at the time before her death?
yes,
What purchase was that?
a hot tub.
Were you able to obtain any records that relate to the purchase of that hot tub?
I was.
Were you able to obtain, let me ask you this, how did you get that information?
It took a few steps, but I contacted the company who had the hot tub sale at the Kootenai County Fairgrounds, tracked them down, and through multiple people I spoke to, I found the person that had the records that I could subpoena.
And was that company able to provide you with records of that transaction?
They did without subpoena.
Did they provide you anything to indicate the authenticity of those records?
Yes, they did.
And did they include in their records any internal records of the purchase?
I'm sorry, what?
Did they include in the records they provided to you any of their own internal notes?
Yes.
Permission to approach with 75 A and C.
You may.
Marhofer, we recognize 75 A through C to B. And if you would just identify them individually.
These are the records I received from the stock company. In 75A, this would be the 90211 affidavit that where they signed under penalty of perjury that these are records in association with the business and are part of their normal business records. 75B are the copies of the documents relating to the purchase of said hot tub, and 75C are the documents relating to the refund requested by Dan Howard.
Move to admit 75 A through C.
Any objection?
Relative.
I understand the relevance, so if that's the only objection, then I'll overrule and allow the evidence to be admitted.
Ms. Marhofer, did you likewise obtain a check that was related to an even larger purchase that Ms. Howard was in the process of making?
Yes,
What was that?
the purchase of a home in Kenny, Idaho.
And the particular check was related to what specifically?
The home inspection.
Who did you obtain that from?
The document was located in the support return from P1 FCU.
Wish to approach?
You may.
Marhofer, I'm going to show you what's been marked state 71A and B. Do you recognize it? What do you recognize it to be?
It's the 90211 affidavit and the check. We were just speaking of.
Move to admit 71A and B.
Any objection? Will be admitted.
Ms. Marhofer, in creating exhibits for presentation in a criminal jury trial, Are you ever asked to create exhibits that are for demonstrative purposes?
I am,
Are you ever asked to create images that would assist the lawyer or the jury in understanding the evidence?
yes,
There's no approach.
Okay.
Show you states 3A, B, and C. Do you recognize these?
I do.
What do you recognize these to be?
These are calendar pages for January 2021, February 2021, and March of 2021.
Did you take steps to ensure that these were accurate calendars for those dates in the years previous?
I did.
Move to admit 3A, 3B, 3C.
Any objection? Was there a bid?
Ms. Marhofer, in the course of your review of the investigative case, did you identify that there was a weapon involved in this case?
Excuse me. A weapon?
Was there a firearm involved in this case?
Yes.
Do you recall the make and model of that firearm?
There were two actually booked in evidence. One was a Glock 19 and one was a Taurus. I don't remember the exact model. It's a 700 series, if I recall correctly.
And did you go through the process of obtaining a demonstrative associated with the Taurus?
Yes.
Can you describe that process?
It can vary from case to case. In this particular case, they were just images that came from Detective Northrop's review at Kendy County Sheriff's Office.
And so you were able to identify the exact make and model of the Taurus that was involved in this case?
I was.
Did you take steps to locate a replica of that gun?
I did.
Can you describe this replica?
It is what they refer to as a blue gun. And the particular gun that I was after was what they call true weight. So it is made to mimic the absolute size and the weight of the gun, rather than how you handle a live firearm. Now you can handle like a plastic version of it.
And did you locate a company that would create such a weighted blue gun?
I did.
Did you go through the process of obtaining that gun?
I did.
And did you specifically request that that gun be weighted accurately?
I did.
Commissioner approach.
Okay.
States 50. What do you recognize that to be?
This is the receipt for the purchase of that blue gun.
Move to admit states 50.
Any objection?
Yeah, we'll move it on.
Sure.
No objection to receipt.
It's submitted.
Okay, Ms. Marhofer. You mentioned previously that there was a large volume of photographs associated with this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have opportunity to review all of those photographs?
Yes.
Did you work with myself and other members of the prosecution to identify photographs that were going to be utilized in trial?
Yes.
Were there specific photographs that you were asked to alter?
Yes.
What ways did you alter photographs?
I cropped some of the photos to block out more sensitive areas such as like open eyeballs and genitalia.
Were you also involved in creating summary images or PowerPoint presentations for utilization in this trial?
Yes,
And did you do so with input from either the witnesses or the attorneys?
I did.
Did you make alterations to those photographs other than what you just described?
No,
And Commissioner Approach?
Okay.
Again, Ms. Marhoff versus a large grouping, but 19A and B, 22A through G, 24G, 26A through J. Do you recognize this group of exhibits?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
The disc is a PowerPoint I prepared for Dr. Baron. That is 24G. 26A through J is a series of photographs and a diagram, as well as a PowerPoint I generated from the autopsy. 22A through G is a PowerPoint and images I generated regarding Dr. Smock. And the last one, 19A and B, is a diagram of various injuries, both in a diagram and in the PowerPoint.
Thank you, Ms. Marhofer. I don't think I have any other. I forgot one fell down here. Commissioner Approach the witness.
You have.
One more.
This is a PowerPoint I prepared for the crime lab technician, or I don't remember his actual title, but Tyler Staples.
And that's exhibit 77.
It is.
Now I think I'm finished.
Thank you, counsel. Cross-examination, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, John. Morning.
Good morning.
Let's first start off with metadata. You describe that as a fingerprint on, for instance, an image. All right?
Yeah,
And so the metadata will tell you when a photograph was taken and possibly even last used. Right?
yes,
And sometimes they'll have location data, et cetera, right?
sometimes, yes.
And so, as part of your job, well, let's just start there. You specifically work for the prosecutor's office, right?
I do.
So, you're not assigned by law enforcement to conduct tasks, right?
Correct.
So, but you do receive the evidence that law enforcement uploads in particular this case.
Day after day, yes.
And so you received uploads of photos taken by Deputy Wheeler.
I'm sorry.
Deputy Wheeler,
Yes,
and he was one of the responding officers at the scene
yes.
on February 2nd.
Yep,
You also received photographs from Detective Norfolk, right?
yes.
And have you examined the metadata of those photographs?
No,
And then, do you participate in providing discovery to, or uploading discovery to defense counsel?
I have.
Now, on the metadata, you can access that through Cellbrite, right? If it's there.
I don't need Cellbrite to access that data, but I can.
So in a photo, for instance, a lot of times you can just put details and the metadata sometimes will show, right?
A small portion of it, yes.
But Cellbrite also has that information.
Cellbrite would have it, yes.
And you're familiar with Cellbrite.
Yes,
And here, there was various search warrants that you talked about applied for throughout this case, right?
I'm sorry.
There was various search warrants applied for throughout this case.
Yeah,
So, for instance, you mentioned the search warrant for Facebook.
yes,
And Facebook sends you a response to that search warrant by providing you information.
they sent it to law enforcement, not me, but yes,
But law enforcement uploads it and you review it, correct?
correct,
And that's partly what you reviewed in all your preparations that you've done, correct?
yes,
Additionally, Cellbrite has the Facebook information, correct?
it has some of it,
And do you compare, but you're familiar with what the Cellbrite information looks like?
yes.
May I approach on it?
Yeah.
Ms. Barnhart, Kendy was to mark as Defense Exhibit A. Does that look like information that would be on a Cellbrite report?
It does,
And, for instance, may I retrieve an exhibit from the clerk?
Yeah.
The suspense is
You,
killing me, chat.
Did you do any comparison between Cellbrite and Facebook?
I did some,
Okay. So you mentioned Exhibit 40 earlier, is that right?
Exhibit 40, yes,
In particular, that was a string of messages with Paramour, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And on there, was that a Cellbrite report or was that a Facebook search warrant report?
The information that I used in my exhibit was from Facebook.
And Facebook, comes to you in a PDF,
Yes,
and PDFs are editable.
yes,
And in fact, you did edits on, as it relates to the time zone on PDFs, correct?
I didn't edit, I added,
But you edited the document they gave to you to add information, correct?
correct,
And on Cellbrite, you can select and choose information that you extract, correct?
correct.
The approach.
Okay.
Amending back what was previously discussed as Exhibit 40. That's a document that you helped create from Facebook for this exhibit purposes, correct?
Yes,
What's the last date of the text message?
Objection, hearsay, this item is not in evidence.
Response?
Objection. Insufficient foundation for admission at this time.
Council Pro should bring the exhibit. All right, I'm sustaining the objection for the time being. You can rephrase your question.
On those exhibits, you tell on exhibit 40, are you able to determine the last message date on that exhibit?
Objection. Hearsay. That exhibit is not an evidence. There is a lack of foundation.
Your Honor, speaking to you.
All right, well, it was a yes or no question, so I'll allow you to ask the question as to yes or no. But this exhibit has not been admitted, so I'm not gonna let you elicit the actual contents of the exhibit.
Are you able to tell the date on exhibit 40 what the last date of the message was?
Yes.
I'm allowing that as a yes or no question.
On defense exhibit A, are you able to tell the date of that message?
Not on this exhibit, no.
But Cellbrite does have the messages, and you can get all the messages from Cellbrite, correct?
You can, but this is a screenshot of the right column, not the entire contents of the Cellbrite.
Okay, so on the Cellbrite, you're familiar with Cellbrite then, so you have, it's a program that then you can hit buttons to do either searches of different types of content, correct?
Yeah,
And you can do, for instance, a timeline,
yes,
and you can, that timeline will give you all activity within a certain range, correct?
it can, yes.
Do you know whether or not Kendy Howard, do you know who the last person that she messaged was?
Objection. Foundation beyond the scope.
Response?
She testified about her going through the phone in preparation for the state's evidence, going through all the evidence as the state's investigator. Directly related to that.
The state hasn't brought out those conversations yet. The exhibit's not been admitted, the state's exhibit. And so to that extent, it's beyond the scope and I'll sustain the objection.
Did you review you said you reviewed the Cellbrite data, correct?
I did,
Of Kendy's phone?
I did.
Just once?
I loaded it several times to look at different items.
You mentioned earlier there's 40,000 pages of information ballpark, correct?
Yes,
So it takes some time to go through
yes.
it. In your investigation, was it important for you to do a timeline and see what messages particularly were sent prior to her passing?
Yes,
Do you know if she sent any messages on the night that she died?
she did.
Do you know who the last person she may have messaged?
Objection, foundation beyond scope.
Foundation.
I'm going to address this with the attorneys in a little bit more detail, so I'm going to excuse the jury for a moment. I'll remind you not to discuss the case among yourselves before you come in.
This is going to be interesting. I'm curious what they're going to be fighting over here. They're fighting over Cellbrite data, guys. So they're fighting over data about the Cellbrite stuff. The state apparently hoovered up data off his phone, it looks like. And they're trying to figure out, I guess, the last messages Kendy sent before she died. So let's see what that's all about. It's not 100% clear to me. But that's because I can't hear it too well. So sorry. Like I said, day 2, it gets better.
You can see it. Counsel, I'll just let you have your objection a little more.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Clearly, Ms. Marhofer is here as a foundational witness. She prepared exhibits on behalf of the state that capture messages that were contained within Kendy Howard's phone. Mr. Johnson is attempting to use this witness because she read those conversations to get in the substance of those conversations, who she talked to, what time she talked to. The Facebook messages that relate to other parties that Ms. Howard was communicating with, besides the defendant, because that would be stated by party opponent, are hearsay. There's insufficient foundation for Ms. Marhofer to testify to the contents of those conversations and messages, and it's beyond the scope of what the state asked her about. This is about processing the phone and extracting raw data, not the contents of that.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think the state's jumping the horse here because we are not moving other than we're not moving at this point to admit the exhibits. We're simply asking a question. Were you able to know what her last message was? Who is the best person to answer that question? The person who spent so much time preparing the exhibits, going through the phone. I can't ask anyone else to know. They wouldn't know the chronological order. It's data. Now, I'm not asking what was that message. That would come out through Paramour. What I think is inappropriate is that the exhibit, which has a date of 1/31, does not include Kendy's last message. That's not in the state's exhibit. That would be dealt with when Dana testifies. I agree, it should be admitted at this point. But the question was, were you able to tell who she sent her last message to? That's not asking for hearsay. The foundation has been laid.
And that's true. That's a truth statement. Did you talk to Bob? Yes. Objection. I'm asking if you talked to that person. I'm not asking what you said. That's a fair statement by the defense saying, well, then who did she talk to last? Because it sounds like the state is trying to claim, oh, she talked to person A and the state can prove it's person B. Hold on one second. So we're that becomes an issue about what's actually admissible here. And, you know, they're going to talk to that last person Kendy texted or talked to, and the state's trying to show, look, the defense is trying to say, look, the state's bullshitting you. And I think he's got a very good argument there. That's what he's trying to ask. She can't keep getting in the way of that. So I think he's got a good argument.
I think it should be allowed.
Well, if this were your witness on direct, maybe we could there. There may be sufficient foundation for the question, but that's not how the state has presented this witness. The state has presented this witness as the foundational witness for the exhibits they prepared. And so.
But Judge, she's the witness who can explain Cellbrite data. If you give this to a random witness, they're not qualified. The state's going to jump up and say she's not qualified to testify about that. So there's a problem. She's the only one who's trained. She's the only one professional enough to read the Cellbrite data. So she should be allowed to read the Cellbrite data and interpret it. She's not having you tell me what's there. He says, read the sheet and tell me what's on the sheet. Like, how many marks are on the sheet, not what does this mark say? So I think the judge is he's misapplying things here. I don't think this is right.
To the extent you want to obtain different information or information beyond that, beyond the scope of what the state's asked, that is beyond the scope for cross-examination. Now again, whether you can present that later on through for the witnesses and so forth, because I'm not saying you can't ask this ever, but it's beyond the scope at this point in time. And it also appears to court it's an attempt to impeach an exhibit that is yet to be admitted. So it's not proper for impeachment at this point because the state has never admitted the exhibit. And then when we get down to it, the issues of hearsay and so forth are things I'll have to address. But at this point, I'm granting the state's objection that this is beyond the scope of cross-examination. This isn't your opportunity to turn this witness into your own expert witness and go into other details. It was just, you have cross for what she's testifying to at this point, and I'll allow that. So I'm stating the objection.
Oh, that's not fair. Hi, Dolly.
Yeah, let's bring the jury back in. I'm just not really going to take a break, but let's.
Okay, I kind of get what he's saying there. This is just the opportunity to cross-examine what they talked with her about. They're trying to turn her into their own expert. I mean, it makes sense. I don't know if that's the proper I don't know if he should have sustained that objection. And I don't know if that's the proper reasoning because I'm just merely asking them to interpret further what data they have. I mean, that's the argument I would make. And if he says fine, then I'd run out and get a subpoena made and fucking serve her and be like, okay, now you're my expert. Let's go. And see what happens.
Back and we'll do a bit more break.
All right, looks like they're going to go on break. So we're going to skip here to do. Oh.
Did they typically?
Oh, by the way, it's such a nice day out. It's like 60-some degrees here, and I got some new glasses now. So what do you guys think? All right, we're back. We're back in the courtroom chat. Here we go. Was a nice little break. Call your next witness. Let's go.
Yes, sir. You come forward, please. Thank you, sir. You can have a seat right there if you understand.
Before we begin, may I first have the clerk?
You may.
Thank you.
Let's fucking go, guys. Come on.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Daniel Prado, Prado.
What town do you live in?
Kendy, Idaho.
Where did you grow up?
Kendy,
You lived in Kenny your whole life?
pretty much my whole life.
Did you know a woman by the name of Kendy Howard?
Yes.
When did you first meet Kendy Howard?
This is the boyfriend.
Probably, junior high school, 6th, 7th
Bet.
grade. somewhere there.
When you first met her, how did you meet her?
At school, school functions, classes, sports, that kind of stuff in school.
Kenny, a big town.
No, it's a small town.
Sir, can I have you just pull that microphone a little closer to yourself? Thank you.
Was there a time that your relationship with Kendy Howard changed while you were both in school?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
We quickly became good friends. Just kind of created a bond with one another. Just good friends, and then we eventually in school we started dating.
Was that
Oh,
in
yeah.
Middle school, high school?
High school.
PIV chat,
Would you
PIV.
say that you had a sustained relationship in high school, or was it just more kids dating?
More kids dating.
After high school, did you continue that relationship?
Yes, on and off.
Did that relationship continue in a dating sense or in a friendship sense?
More friendship sense.
Did you both go on to have other relationships?
We did.
Can you describe that?
I know Kendy had, she was in a relationship with, father of her daughter. And Mr. Howard, she ended up getting a relationship with him, and same with me. I ended up having a daughter with, another woman, and, I had relationships with these all kind of, that's how it was.
Over the years, did you remain friends with Kendy Howard?
Yes.
How would you maintain that friendship?
We would see each other on occasion, at a town function or something like that. We would text every once in a while. We'd run into each other, we would talk, just kind of like that.
When you would see Kendy, would that be in Kenny?
Yes.
Did you know why Kendy was coming to Kenny?
She had family in town.
Who?
Her mother and father, Wendell and Janie Williams.
Do you have a relationship with Wendell and Janie?
Yes.
Can you describe that relationship?
I've known them pretty much my whole life as well. I go to their house for barbecues, and we just had great friendship. They're really great folks, and we just like hanging around each other. So we would, go out and eat dinner sometimes, or go to the house for dinner. It was, we hung out a lot.
You have a separate friendship with them apart from your friendship with Kendy?
Yes.
Was anybody else in Kendy's family in the Cambria area?
She had an uncle and some aunts, I believe, as well. Her brother Brian lived, about 60 miles away, in Lewiston. But yeah.
And would you also see them on occasion?
Yes.
Was there a point in time that you rekindled a romantic relationship with Kendy?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that began?
If I remember right, it was probably May of 2020.
At that point in time, were you married?
No.
At that point in time, was Kendy married?
Yes.
Who was she married to?
Mr. Howard.
Did you know that Kendy was married at the time you began that relationship?
Yes.
During that time, how did you communicate?
Through Messenger. We message each other through Facebook Messenger. We would call each other through the same Messenger app. We would make phone calls.
Were you also meeting up periodically in person?
Yes.
And would that typically occur in Cambria, or would it also occur in Kendy County?
Both places.
Backing up, had you previously met Dan Howard?
Yes.
When did you meet Dan Howard?
I think the first time it would have been probably maybe early 90s, somewhere there.
began your relationship, were you also regularly seeing Dan?
No.
During the times that you began your relationship with Kendy, was Kendy coming to Candy Eye frequently?
Yes.
Would she be coming alone?
Yes.
What kinds of events would you see Kendy at?
Barbecues, you know, if one of the little surrounding towns or something like that would have a, you know, get together over a holiday or something like that, then sometimes she'd come to town and I'd see her that way as well.
So in that beginning period of your relationship, how frequently were you getting together?
Every few weeks?
And was that dependent on something in Kendy's life?
Yes.
What was that?
Dan not being home.
Do you know why Dan would be home or not home?
Work. I believe he worked out of town.
So you indicated that you communicated with Kendy through Facebook Messenger. How frequently did you communicate?
Daily.
And would that be once a day or something more?
Several times a day.
Would that be text, call, both?
Both.
Ballpark, how often were you talking to Kendy in a day?
Could be, 100 texts, you know, it'd be a couple of phone calls a day. It was quite a bit.
Was Kendy talkative?
Very talkative.
Did she share with you?
Pretty much everything.
Did Kendy have a particular style of typing?
That she did, yes.
Can you describe that?
You kind of had to get to know her a little bit to understand what some of the things she was saying. It was just seemed like very, you know, fast and, you know, kind of sporadic, but just, yeah, she had her own style.
Would there be times that it would be challenging to understand her texts?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Kendy Howard stupid?
No,
Did she wear glasses?
she did.
Was Kendy Howard's style of texting related to either her intelligence or her ability to see?
No,
Why were her texts so hard to read?
she was just, I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain, just, she was very, I don't know, full of life. Just when she typed something, she would just type it, you know, I guess she was thinking at that time, and sometimes it would just not come out real clear.
You sometimes have to ask her to clarify.
Several times.
Dan, was there a time that you were in love with Kendy?
Absolutely.
Over the course of your relationship, did you fall in love with her?
Yes.
Did you tell her that you loved her?
Yes, I did.
Did she tell you that she loved you?
Yes,
Is that something that you said to each other frequently?
we did.
During the course of your relationship, what kinds of things would you do together?
We would go antiquing. She loved to go antiquing. She loved to fish. We'd fish. We used to kind of go on little road trips up the river, just find a little spot. And
Oh, I'm sure he antiqued her all right. Get a little glazing himself, a pottery.
we could fish. Just, you know, those kinds of things. Hiking. She enjoyed hiking.
Is there a particular
Kendy is dead. She was found shot. She was found laying in her bathtub, like, and it looked like she had ate her pistol. The police disagree. That's what happened, but that's the allegation, or that's how she died. She appears to have shot herself, but that's not certain. And this is the guy she was shipping with because she wasn't fully divorced yet.
kind of item she enjoyed antiquing for?
Yes, there was specifically, I used to call them glass chickens, but she corrected me, she told me they're nesting hens. But they were these glass antique chickens. She had quite the collection of those.
Is that something that you enjoy doing together?
We did.
Wait, time out. Your kid was making N-word passes? And was he selling them? Because that's the cool thing. Like, if he's selling them, that's awesome. But also, I was going to say, KJ, is your nephew white? Because if he is, that's even funnier that a white guy who's decided to hand out the N-word passes and the ching chong passes. That's hilarious. It's based. I'd buy an Asian pass. Yeah, no, but I was thinking, was your nephew what? Is your nephew white? Oh, he's white. Oh, that's even funnier. That's even funnier. But let's get back to the show.
Do you enjoy shooting firearms?
Yes.
Do you own firearms?
Who in Idaho doesn't like shooting fucking guns? You have federal land, you can just drive off the road and start shooting.
I do.
Do you intend to go shooting together?
No.
Why not?
She didn't like guns.
Did you ever see Kendy Howard shoot a gun?
No.
Did you ever see Kendy Howard clean a gun?
No.
Did you ever see Kendy Howard load bullets into a magazine?
No.
To your knowledge, did Kendy Howard know how to do that?
Not to my knowledge.
Was there a point in time that your relationship turned sexual?
He did.
Did you have opportunities as part of that sexual relationship to see Kendy Howard naked?
Yes.
Were you aware during your relationship what Kendy Howard did for work?
Yes.
What did she do for work?
She worked at Food and Health in the supply department.
In your opportunities to see Kendy Howard naked, did she frequently have extensive bruising to her body?
She had some bruising.
Can you
I would
describe
object
that?
and didn't establish she saw her naked yet.
She had some bruising on her arms, but not very often.
Would she indicate to you where that was from work?
No, it wasn't from work.
Did Kendy talk to you about how she felt about her body?
Yes.
How did she feel about her body?
She felt insecure.
Did she comment on particular aspects of her body that she felt insecure about?
Yes.
What was that?
Like her belly area, and her breasts.
Did she ever talk about her weight?
She did.
What would she say?
That she would work out sometimes, and sometimes she wouldn't, but that she would often get shamed about her weight.
Did she ever discuss with you steps that she was taking to address some of those insecurities about her body?
Yes, she had. She was looking into doing kind of a makeover of her body.
What would be involved in that makeover?
I think she was talking about tummy tuck, breast augmentation.
In your many conversations with her, did you become familiar with Kendy Howard's nightly routine?
Yes.
What would Kendy Howard do nearly every night?
She'd go home, and one of the things she loved doing was taking a bath.
Was there a particular series of events that she would do to take that bath?
She would, go up, and she'd usually, I guess, let the water, and I know she liked like shower lotions and bubble baths and that kind of stuff. So she would, do that.
And was that before bed?
Yes.
Was it common for the two of you to talk?
She got cleaned up so I could give her the
Yes.
what for.
Even at times talk with her while she was in the bath?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Were you in a relationship with Kendy Howard in July of 2020?
Yes.
At that point in your relationship, had your relationship turned sexual?
Yes.
At that point in your relationship, had you told Kendy that you loved her?
I believe so. Yes.
Did Kendy Howard make you aware of something that had occurred on July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
Wish to approach the witness. Did you have an opportunity to discuss that incident with Kendy Howard?
Yes,
And did you use the Facebook Messenger application to do that?
we did.
The show you was marked as State Exhibit 38H. Do you recognize that?
Yes, those are our messages.
Does that appear to be an accurate portion of your conversation?
It does.
What date was that from? Did you need to look at it again?
If I could, please, yes.
Objection, calls for understanding. This is the date. Oh.
Looks like it was on the messages, obviously July 11th.
And does that appear to reflect, to match your memory of the conversation you had on that day?
It does.
Move to admit states 38H.
Any objection? Is it 38H, is it good?
This time, Your Honor, I would move to publish by providing jurors their own copies.
You may do so.
Commissioner, and the original to Madam Clerk.
You may.
Okay. So, Mr. Prado, in the period of time after July 10th, 2020, you and Kendy discuss plans for her future.
Yes,
What kinds of plans did Kendy Howard have?
she was looking at getting divorced. She wanted to move back to our hometown Kendy. She looked at purchasing a home. She wanted to, possibly start a little antique store. Those types of things.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a realtor.
Did you assist Kendy in looking for a house?
Yes.
What steps did you take to assist Kendy in looking for a house?
Well, we looked at some different properties, that she had found one she liked. So she was moving forward with that. So getting her all the information she needed and setting up the what's called the purchase and sale agreement for her to do that.
Was the house that she was moving forward on the first listing that the two of you discussed?
No.
Did she spend some time looking at listings before you moved forward in that process?
Yes.
Did the two of you, in fact, spend months looking for a house in Kenya?
We did.
Did Kendy ever tell you why she wanted a house in Kenya?
She wanted to move back to Cambia and get divorced from Dan and just get some separation, some distance, be close to family.
Did she she ever talk about how that would affect her job?
Yes.
What, if anything, did she talk to you about with her job?
Well, she enjoyed her job. She enjoyed where she was working. The clinic in Kendy is part of Kendy Health as well. So she had actually spoke about transferring down there to the Kendy clinic to continue working for Kendy Health. So she was looking into that pretty extensively.
So were there in fact multiple opportunities that she was considering?
Yes,
Did you make any offers for her to work with you?
I did. I told her she needed to, help me out with the offer. So.
As a realtor, are you familiar with the home buying process?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with what is involved in purchasing a home from a financial standpoint?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what's involved in purchasing a home from a document standpoint?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with what's involved in purchasing a home from a logistics standpoint? Things like home inspections and things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you assist Kendy Howard in that process?
I did.
What kinds of things did you do to assist Kendy in that process?
I explained some of the paperwork and the process of buying the home. I had given her kind of a referral on, where she can go for financing, and also helped her set up a home inspection for the home, put the offer in on the home. Just kind of helped her through all the process. Answer any questions that she had.
And were you familiar with where Kendy was in the process of buying that house at the time for that?
Yes.
What steps had she taken to acquire that home before her death?
She had applied with the financial institution there in Kendy for the financing. The home inspection had been scheduled and actually completed. And she was, there was a closing date set and the documents were in place.
Did you actually put any of your own money down in this case, in this purchase agreement?
I was going to, yes.
Did you ever actually do that?
We hadn't quite made it to that point, but it was in the works. The agreement was made.
Can you describe what you were going to do?
For transactions, home transactions like that, you require to put down earnest money. I was going to put down, Kendy would have been required to put down $1,000 earnest money. So I had, when Kendy and I spoke about that, I had agreed to put down the earnest money out of my own finances, $1,000.
Had Kendy put any of her money down in the process, or paid for anything in particular?
She had put money down on an item for the home at that point.
What about the home inspection? Who paid for that?
And the home inspection, yes.
Who was present at the home inspection?
I was.
Did you meet with the home inspector?
I did.
And did he give you any information about how the inspection was going to turn out?
At the end, basically, yes. Kind of let him do his thing. I just kind of watched, and then at the end, we went over the inspection. What his findings were. Definitely.
Was there anything about the house that was going to create issues?
No.
What day did the home inspection take place?
I believe it was the February 1st, or February 2nd. It was right there.
Did you communicate that information to Kendy Howard?
I did.
And that again is through Facebook?
It was.
Did Kendy Howard discuss with you any steps that she took towards securing the divorce from Dan Howard?
Yes, she did.
What steps did she describe to you?
She had met with an attorney and received documents from the attorney. She was looking at dividing property, doing some documents that showed the division of some property, so she was moving forward with that.
Before she, well, let me ask you this, do you know approximately when she met with the divorce attorney?
Approximately, I think it was late January, mid to late January.
So in those months previous, did the two of you discuss her divorcing Dan?
Yes,
And during those conversations, did you discuss how that might interact with, with the home purchase?
yes,
And would that again have been on Facebook Messenger,
yes.
permission to approach?
Okay.
Approach you was marked as 38 F and G. Do you recognize these?
Yes, these are messages between Kendy and I.
Do those appear to be an accurate portion of the conversation that you had with Kendy Howard before her death?
Yes,
Is this in relation to her plans for the future?
yes,
And at this time, I would move to admit those two exhibits.
No objection. No objection, they are admitted.
It's time move to publish for the jury with their individual copies.
You may.
F, Hampton Baylor. G, handed to the bailiff. In your conversations with Kendy about the steps she was taking towards divorce, she discussed with you asset division with Dan.
she did.
What kinds of things did she tell you?
You know, how they were gonna try to divide the property that they had, the home. You know, they had boats and motorcycle and tractor and those types of things, retirements, they were gonna have to be all figured out.
During these months, had Kendy yet told Dan that she was planning a divorce?
Not early on.
Was the idea of divorcing Dan stressful to Kendy?
It was.
What did she say?
And she was, I would say, pretty terrified about how he was going to react. And she told him.
You know approximately how many years the two have been married?
Maybe 25, 27 years.
During this period of time, Kendy's making plans. What was her general demeanor?
On moving forward, she was happy about moving forward, wanting to move forward, wanting to kind of move on.
Were there things in Kendy Howard's life that she was excited about, that brought her joy?
Absolutely.
Was the stress of divorcing Dan, did that outweigh that joy?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you more frequently see Kendy happy or stressed?
Happy when we were together.
I'm sorry.
Foundation is to this how we react stress.
Also sustained, right? You lay a little foundation.
Testified that Kendy was stressed about the idea of leaving Dan. How do you know that?
She would tell me.
Would she tell you that starting back as early as July?
Yes,
Was that a conversation that continued throughout your relationship?
it was.
Was it a frequent topic?
It was.
Was it something that you talked about in phone calls,
Yes,
in texts,
yes,
when you were together?
yes.
Did you see Kendy Howard more frequently happy or stressed?
Happy when we were together.
And when she was home with Dan, was her demeanor more happy or more stressed?
Objection, foundation. Particularly as relates to demeanor, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Particularly as for demeanor, or demeanor at all.
I think there's foundation for that, but if you could lay.
The audio sucks. It gets better tomorrow, I promise.
You previously testified that you were familiar that Dan's work schedule required him to be gone for periods of time and then home for periods of time. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
During
I had to step away. We had a dog sitter. We're dog sitting this weekend, and the dog got dropped off, so I had to go out and be social and say hello. So this is how they're establishing she had the zeal for life. She wasn't, just like Judge Smollett. I am not suicidal. I am not suicidal is what they're trying to prove here with this awful fucking audio.
also previously testified that you and Kendy would see each other when Dan was out of town. Is that your testimony?
Wait, I don't know why that unboosted itself. That pisses me off. God damn you, TV. Let's try this again. Sorry, guys.
Yes.
During the periods of time that Dan was in town, would you still be communicating with Kendy?
Yes.
Would that still be through phone calls and messages?
Yes.
Would that still be at the frequency that you previously described?
Quite frequent.
During those conversations, did you have opportunity to hear her voice?
Yes.
Did you have opportunities to ask her about the day?
Yes.
Listen to her emotions?
Yes.
Hear anything that she wanted to share with you?
Absolutely.
During the periods of time that Dan was home, was Kendy more stressed or more happy?
Objection, leaving.
Sure.
As to leaving overruled.
Could you answer that question again?
She was more stressed.
Mr. Mr. Prado, I want to draw your attention to the early morning hours of January 29th. Had you been corresponding with Kendy Howard that evening on January 28th?
Yes,
On the evening of
It's a
28th,
big dog.
was Dan in town or not in town, to your knowledge?
to my knowledge, I believe he was in town.
In the early morning hours of January 29th, did something happen that caught your attention?
Yes,
What was that?
a phone call,
Who was that phone call from?
Kendy.
When you answered the phone, what did you hear?
A lot of like a very distraught, panicked Kendy. It was like an open line. She wasn't talking to me, but it was an open line.
What did you hear on that open line?
She was very distraught, emotional. She was saying, "What are you doing? I'm just trying to go to the bathroom," and I could hear Dan on the call, and she was saying, "Let me close the door. Let me close the door." And he was like, "Who are you talking to?" And she said, "Nobody. I'm not talking to anybody. Why do you have your phone?" Then you can hear like a couple of thuds where, it was like she was trying to close the door and he wouldn't allow her to close the door. And she's like, "Let me close the door, let me close the door."
Approximately how long was this open line?
Approximately 15 seconds or so.
Was what you heard in that 15 seconds, did that cause an emotional response in you?
Absolutely, I can tell the fear and panic in her voice.
What did you do?
I immediately hung up. Once I kind of figured out what was going on, I called her parents on the telephone and told them that you need to call Kendy immediately because there's something going on.
Approximately what time of the morning is this?
Between 4 and 5 a.m., somewhere in there.
Why didn't you call Kenny back?
I didn't want for him to see, for Mr. Howard to see me, calling her and agitate him more, or, make it worse for Kenny, because I knew she was in trouble.
After you called Kenny's parents, did you at some point later reconnect with Kenny?
Yes,
Approximately how much later did you reconnect with Kenny?
it was later that morning. She had called me again, texted and called me again.
Do you recall approximately how long it was between those calls?
A couple of hours.
The time that you reconnected with Kendy, did you call her or did she call you?
She called me.
And when you connected with her, what was her emotional state at that point in time?
Very distraught, very emotional distraught.
Can you describe that?
Just on the verge, I'm gonna say hysterical. Just she was very, very emotional, sobbing. I was trying to calm her down a little bit, just sobbing very heavily, very emotional. She just went through something traumatic. It sounded like, she was just very, very emotional and sobbing.
In your however many years of knowing Kendy, had you ever heard Dan's voice before?
Yes,
When you first heard that short call, did you know that to be Dan's voice on the call?
yes.
In that second call, did Kendy Howard tell you what happened?
She did.
What did Kendy tell you happened?
She said that she was sleeping and something just startled her. And she Mr. Howard was standing over her, and he was, wearing all dark clothing, gloves, and had a look about him that she said basically when he was looking at me, he was looking right through me. And she told me that she felt that Mr. Howard was going to kill her.
During that second call, how long did you talk?
It was well over an hour.
What was her emotional state throughout that call?
She was very emotional, sobbing, just very, very emotional, very sobbing.
Did she ever express fear to you?
She did. She was very fearful.
Did she tell you what happened in that period of time between when she first called you and when she next called you?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So in the first call, you testified that you heard Kendy get to the bathroom.
Yes.
Did she tell you what happened after that?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that her parents had called. Her parents had called back and that Mr. Howard had walked down the stairs, and then the police were notified that she had looked, walking out of the bathroom and looked down at the top of the stairs there, and she had saw a magazine. An automatic pistol.
She used those words?
She said it looked like a clip thing with the bullets where you put in a gun, is what she said.
During the course of that longer call, can you tell you where she was headed?
To Canada.
Is that where you were?
Yes.
Who else was down there?
Her parents.
Do you know where she went when she got to Kendy?
To her parents.
Did you also go there?
I did.
When you got there, who was there?
When I got there, Kendy was.
Mission approach on the court.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as states 78A. I'll attempt to do this. Are you able to see that?
Somewhat, yes.
Sir, if you need to, this is called the well, if you need to step into the well to look at that, feel free.
Can you see all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Show you back it. So up here at the top, there are two notations of duration. You see that?
Yes.
Do those notations match your recollection of phone calls with Kendy?
Yes.
You can sit down. So when you got to Kenny, you had these calls. What was Kenny's emotional state by the time she was at her parents' house?
Jefferson calls speculation. As long as he testified to what he saw, his personal knowledge of the demeanor, all out.
Go ahead.
Very emotional, still very emotional, sobbing, scared.
Did you observe a interaction between Kendy and her father?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Kenny was telling us what had happened, telling her father what happened, and her father went and grabbed a small automatic pistol, semi-automatic pistol, and took the magazine out of it and threw it on the floor. And asked Kendy, is that what you saw? Is that what it looked like? And she said yes.
Oh, wow.
Were you able to observe observe an emotional response in Kendy to the gun?
I'm sorry, missed that last part.
Were you able to observe an emotional response in Kendy to seeing that gun that her father had?
Absolutely.
What was that emotional response?
She was scared. She was scared, didn't want anything to do with it.
Did Kendy touch that gun?
No,
Handled it?
absolutely not.
Did Kendy stay in Camion?
She did.
How long did she stay in Camion?
Just for the, I believe it was, if I remember right, it was just that day.
And then where did she go?
She went home.
Brilliant move by
You and
Kendy.
Kendy at that time discussed her going back home.
We did.
What did she say?
I told her not to. I told her not to go. And she felt she had to. She had, if I remember correctly, she had an eye appointment she had to be at. She had work. She had animals to take care of. And, she felt, she said to me, even she said, that she's scared to go back, but he knows now. He knows now. He almost got caught. He got caught. He's not, her words were, he's not dumb enough to try that or anything like that again because he was caught.
After Kendy went back, did you continue to correspond?
We did.
Did you continue to correspond at the same frequency that you previously described?
We did.
What kinds of things were you talking about?
With her emotional state, making sure she was okay. We continued on with plans. Plans to, the way she was looking forward to.
Did Kendy indicate to you in those communications that she was moving forward in the divorce process?
Yes,
Did she indicate to you she was moving forward in the home purchase process?
yes.
What kinds of things did she tell you that indicated those things to you?
Well, she said, she was still, looking forward to getting everything done, and she would send me photos of, things that she wanted to do with the house. She was very much into wanting to do like a remodel of the home, and that continued. She was sending me things like that, so she was continuing to send me and talking to me about those types of things, what to do with the house and the remodel,
How about the divorce?
and moving forward with the divorce and splitting, doing this, finalizing the paperwork and moving forward with that as well.
Commissioner Approach.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's in marked as 35B, 35C, and 35D. Do you recognize these?
Yes, it's, our text between Kendy and I.
Is that on that same Facebook Messenger platform you previously described?
It is.
And those appear to be accurate portions of
So that means in the Cellbrite, there's probably dick pics from this guy. If you think about it.
Conversations.
Yes, they do.
We could admit 35, B, C, and D.
Any objection? Is there a
Permission to publish to the jury.
You may.
Probably does not like the new dog too much. Yes, Seller right green picks maybe.
In that period of time after she had gone back to Athol, she shared with you her feelings about Dan's demeanor.
Yes,
She said,
she said that he was more accepting of everything. Displeasant.
how did that make her feel?
A little more secure,
How did that make you feel?
worried.
Why?
It didn't seem right to me, didn't feel right to me that he was all of a sudden going to be okay with everything and the divorce. After that happened, it just seemed like a red.
Hang on a second. I agree, sustained. Right. Jury will disregard the last answer.
Did you communicate your worry to Kendy?
I did.
Did you see Kendy again?
No.
Did you communicate with Kendy on the day of her death, February 2nd?
Yes.
During that day, did you talk to Kendy on the phone?
Yes.
What was her emotional state on that day?
She was excited. She was happy. That, things were moving forward and continuing on with the house, and she was excited.
Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
And I'm gonna show you what's been marked as 38E and 38A. You recognize these.
Yes,
What do you recognize these to be?
messages between Kendy and I.
Are those the same Facebook Messenger that you previously described?
They are.
Those appear to be accurate portions of conversations between yourself and Kendy?
They do.
Would those be from February 2nd?
Yes.
We could admit 38A,
No objection. Was there a minute without objection?
permission to publish.
Okay.
Gross is gonna be really good on this, guys.
You recall what time of day the last time was that you talked to Kenny on the phone?
It was a little after 7 p.m. Thank you.
She had that same demeanor that you previously described?
She did.
Is that the last time that you talked to her?
It was.
Did you have a couple of corresponding couple of texts after that, or were those all before?
Those were before I had, and I think I had sent her one that was not answered.
Was it unusual for Kenny to not correspond with you that evening?
It wasn't.
And I apologize, I'm gonna have to take you all the way back to July.
Okay.
You previously testified that you corresponded with Kenny on the 11th. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
You corresponded with her every day?
Yes.
You talked to her on the 12th too?
Yes.
Commissioner Approach.
Well,
You recognize this?
Yes. Messages between Kendy and I.
What do you, same Facebook Messenger platform?
Yes.
Appears to be an accurate portion of a conversation.
It does.
Going to admit 38I.
any objection? No. 38 ayes are good.
To publish.
Okay.
Keep this. Dan. In that conversation, you discuss picture. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did you ever receive a picture from Kenny?
Yes, I saw pictures.
Was that later?
A little bit later.
questions at this time, but I would just move to publish this.
You may. Yes.
Where are we? It's what, froze? Uh-oh. Oh. No, he's just reading. The dude's like a statue. Oh my god, he like barely blinks. He doesn't move at all. He's just reading. Like that's him. That I can't just stay still like that. Man, he could hide from the T-Rex.
Well, before we turn to cross-examination, actually, I'll let you guys finish putting those in bodies and I'll talk. So. Not necessarily. Were you publishing it at this time?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so as it's being published, if you can read it, but here's the trick is, I don't want you reading while somebody else is testifying, so I'll just give you time to read it. So has everybody read it yet or not? Okay. We'll just hold tight. How many pages did you just give them?
I mean, total? Total, 20, yeah.
Okay. Tell you what, thank you for bringing that to my attention. As we move forward, when it's published, I will pause and give you time to read it. And that kind of ties into what I was going to say next, is we're going to break now for lunch rather than start crossing breaking 5 minutes. So we'll break now, but the exhibits as they're published to you are for you to read and look at and have the notebooks. However, I've spoken with counsel. The agreement is for you not to take the notebooks back with you, but rather keep them here. And the reason for that is because right now it's just kind of for convenience, to help you organize, and help the attorney be able to publish things to you. And so I do want you to consider them now, but then we move on, and I don't want you to go back and look over those until it's time for deliberations. At deliberations, then you have all the exhibits, you have all the time you need to go over them, but we don't want to overemphasize certain exhibits over others. So that's why I'll just maybe leave your notebooks in here and not be going back and perusing them while we're doing the trial. Does that make sense? Okay, but I do want you to have time to read everything that's been presented so far. So, in terms of, have you been reading them as they've been coming in? Okay. Why don't we just take a few minutes before I excuse everybody up, and I don't want this to be awkward, as you just say, but let's just take a couple minutes, let you finish reading them. Maybe when you finish reading them, just raise your hand, let me know, and then we'll break.
Like elementary school, when you're finished reading, raise your hand.
If you kind of off my part.
Real quick, guys, you're wondering why that clock is running? That's the audio recording showing that it's on. I'm in a couple of courthouses where this is going, and you know that you're on the record because the clock is running, because it's recording off that time frame with timestamp. So I've been in court before, like we're sitting there on the record. I've been in trial before, and I have to be like, Your Honor, it's frozen. You set up, Your Honor. So the court's aware the clock is frozen. Everybody looks, and we're like, fuck. And sometimes it crashes, and then you have to open up the file and you have to listen to where it stopped. Like one time we lost like 15 minutes of footage. So like we lost part of thankfully it's mostly foundation for a state's witness. It was a police officer. So he was just talking about all the stuff he found. And you could go back through those questions. We hadn't gotten to the real good stuff on direct yet. Thank God. But yeah, that's what that clock is for, in case you guys are wondering, why is there a clock right there? That's why. So.
Of course, as I always say, don't discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. I also tell you this just on behalf of the attorneys, but they haven't mentioned to you, but a lot of times attorneys will ask me to tell the jury, you know, we're in a small courtroom, everyone's going out to lunch, we're in a small area, and you might, you know, cross paths, and the attorneys won't talk to you, they'll look the other way. And I don't want you to think anybody's being rude. Same with witnesses, defendant, anything like that. They're under strict instructions from me not to talk to you, not to interact with you. So don't take any offense if people treat you like you treat you that way. The point is obviously to not talk or interact with you. So we'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you. All right,
Damn, 90-minute lunches? That's crazy. Yes. Tina Reynolds, this is a new trial. You guys are new. This is Idaho versus Daniel Howard. He's accused of murdering his wife. He claims she killed herself. Obviously, they say he staged a murder. I put a description down below so you guys can read it. It'll fill you in on what happened in this time frame wise. So here we go. Let's see what they're talking about.
Just in terms of logistics with using the exhibits and the notebooks, I guess my thought is when you publish an exhibit and you want the jury to review it right then, obviously I need to give them the time to do that. I don't want them reading stuff while the witnesses continue to talk. On the other hand, if you have a lengthy exhibit that you're planning to refer to and you want it in a notebook, but you don't want them to read 35 pages right now, that's fine as well. Just maybe tell me. So say, Judge, I'm going to, I'd like to put this in the jurors' exhibits. We're not going to publish it at this time. We're asking them to read it all, but we'll refer to it,
That's
further on
interesting.
in the
He lets them
trial,
read all that shit. Just don't publish it till the end.
Absolutely, thank you.
Just, why the fuck even bother? That publishing it like that is fucking monotonous. And also, guys, look, they have a real court reporter too. So I'm really confused. They have the digital recording thing, but they also have like the actual court reporter. Fucking weird. They got all that money for both of those things to run, but they can't have good sound. Who knew?
All right. Anything else to address before we break for lunch? Okay, thank you. We'll see everybody back at 1:30.
All right, Shay, here we go. Time travel. He said 90 minutes. I can't believe 90 fucking minutes. I mean, this is just funny. So keep it recorded long enough we could see him get let out and what happens? Oh yeah, they probably take him a different way to go eat lunch in the cells. I think Howard's in custody still. So all right, here we go. 90 minutes. Wait, why'd that go all the way over there? Wait, hold on. Where? Huh? Let's see if we can get the judge, see what he says. So I lost.
Other than the attorneys and Mr. Howard, I need to clear the courtroom to address an issue. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to clear the courtroom. And if
he just smiles at the camera like, fuck you, get out of here. Oh no, chat. Oh no. Yes, the time bender, not the gender bender. Is this trial in honor of Women's Month? No. So, all those desk mics are just props, yeah. This judge has a weird face. He's like BJ from Gemstones. Oh, so the judge, like, guys, we're going to get done with this in, like, record time. We just went from, like, chat, we just covered, like, 2 hours and, like, 30 seconds here. This is brilliant. I love this, Judge. All right, here we go. Let's see. It sounds off.
But he initiated an interaction with one of the attorneys while on break, initiated a conversation with the attorneys. I had just gotten done telling the jury why nobody will be talking to you, and as I always do anything wrong. In fact, they advised me to close attention. So nobody really did anything significantly wrong, but I've excused him just for his inability to follow my orders about not talking with the parties about the case.
Oh,
just to
shit.
ensure that there's no appearance of, improper.
He had a juror who couldn't follow the fucking rules. Couldn't follow the rules, kept talking, so he's like, I had to let him go. Talking to the other parties. Apparently wasn't a big deal, but judge is like, oh, I gotta put you down. I'm gonna pull a Dwight here, or Daniel here, treat you like old Kendy, and just go, send you to the farm. So, yeah, follow the rules. The judge gave you rules. Please follow them. It is not hard. Please follow the rules. Okay, chat? I promise. I know you can do it. So.
Communication. So that's how we're moving forward. I just want to leave a what's happening. Okay, if you could bring Mr. Prado back in and continue the cross-examination. On your oath.
You started your friendship in April of 2020.
About that, yes, sir.
Prior to that, you and Ms. Howard would get together from time to time, correct?
That's correct.
At that
We're gonna have to
time,
refresh this. We need the sound back. Something's up with the sound.
Did they typically utilize one at a time essentially for a conversation?
Let's try this. Because the sound is just garbage.
and this is prior to April of 2020.
Yeah.
You stated that at the start of the relationship, she was not thinking about divorce, is that right?
I didn't say that.
Said the idea of divorce was not discussed.
I'm not sure what she was thinking. We didn't discuss it until a little later.
So the idea of divorce was not discussed.
Real quick, Young, you're asking if I've seen any of your questions. I've seen one or two. You asked this one, why is that based on his question? That kid is hilarious. He's just not afraid to like shake the foundations of things a little bit, and all the other kids realize it's all a joke and nonsense. But I haven't seen any of the other stuff you've said. Normally you weren't asking questions like you're making statements. So, oh, here you go. Okay. Okay. I didn't see this one. Okay. This is actually a very good question. Said she was dead before she got divorced. Does her money go to the husband unless he's found guilty here? Even if he's found not guilty, it's considered the murderer does not get the benefit of the, person they kill. So, you're not allowed to murder your heirs. You're not allowed to murder your spouses. Okay. So why is that an issue? Well, because if you could, you'd take care of it. And in this situation, because it's called, it'd be through intestate succession, because I doubt she had a will, or if she did have a will, he's not part of the will anymore. And even if he was, this would be called, they wouldn't, in Idaho, I assume they have it because a lot of states do, it's called a Slayer statute. So what a Slayer statute says is if you're the reason why, if you kill this person maliciously, you are not entitled to collect the proceeds of that estate. So now, like, let's say it's like a kid learning how to drive and he actually runs over his dad and kills him. Okay, that's not where the Slayer statute comes into effect. But in this case, where Daniel walks in, kills Kendy, and he's like, I get all the money. No, the court would say you're only entitled to, you don't get what her half. Her half would then pass on to her children or some other party in her side of the thing. You don't get to keep it after you kill someone like that. So no. Now, if they can't prove it, that's fine. But the neat thing is a conviction of murder or manslaughter or malicious action satisfies the requirements under most states' case law. There is another way to prove it. Let's say there's a not guilty, or let's say they just don't indict. You can still prove it in the probate court to a lesser setting, usually clear convincing evidence. So kind of like 60% sure that this person killed the deceased. And if you can do that, then you still win under the Slayer statute. So a criminal conviction is an automatic win, or if you don't have that, you have to go to court and prove it. So for example, you can have a guy who gets found not guilty, but the court still determines based on the Slayer statute he did kill her, therefore he's not allowed to inherit. So that's how that would work. It's actually a very, very good question. I did not see this before, but thank you for asking it. That is a phenomenal question. Phenomenal question. I had a case where I was involved with for a little while. That was actually a problem we were looking at. So yes, I answered the question. Since you're engaged, this is a fun time to do prenup videos. I'd love to see that. We can talk about prenups. Young saying found not guilty, but the state can determine he did it. Well, remember, it's not the state, it's the judge. So a probate judge could determine that he did in fact commit murder. So it's just like OJ. He was found not guilty of murder, but a civil court determined he was responsible for the wrongful death of Nicole Simpson and Ron Goldman. So it's the same thing. It's a civil finding. So yeah, I'm sorry. And in probate courts, you don't get juries. It's just to a judge. So that would be a probate question. So KJ says kids would inherit, but dad controls the money. Not in this situation. Since he was a slayer, if the children were not of age, they would have a guardian appointed or another third party to manage their money. So, and if the kids are adults, they just get them. Yes, she picked out good colors. So that's what she does. She takes care of me. So I apologize for not seeing that, Young. I try to keep up, but sometimes I don't see everything. My bad. I'll try to show the dogs later. The dogs are now meeting their new friend, so I'm just gonna leave them be.
When you first rekindled the relationship, correct?
That's correct.
So was it more of a friends with benefits kind of deal?
No.
And you knew that she was in a 27 or so year relationship with Mr. Howard?
I did.
You said that over the course of your relationship, you developed a strong love for her, correct?
Yes, over the time I knew her.
And you stated that you were going to contribute to the earnest money as well in the house?
That's correct.
And your understanding that you were going to be moving in at some point with Ms. Howard?
Possibly down the road.
Were you living in the house at the time?
Yes.
Was it a loft or a house or what kind of house?
No, little log home.
Now, you said that she was happy and excited when counsel asked you her emotional state on February 2nd of 2021. Is that what you said?
Yes.
That she had plans for the future
Yes.
and you attended her funeral.
I did.
I noticed you're wearing a ring on your finger. How long after her passing did you get married?
Objection, relevance.
Goes to credibility. Huh?
Assisting.
Here we go, John.
Yes.
Interesting tact. Interesting road to go here. Let's see what that works out to. It's hard to listen to, guys, because this guy's not speaking in the microphone. But oh, there we go. We got better sound now.
You said she was excited and happy on the day of the second. All right? About her future?
Yes, the last time I spoke with her, she was excited and happy.
She didn't express any frustration with her brother.
Yes, she did.
Did she tell you whether or not her brother had blocked her on social media?
She did, but I believe it was a mutual thing.
So the day of her passing, to your understanding, she was having an argument with her family.
I don't know if I'd say it's an argument.
Enough to block on social media?
Can't speak for Kendy.
Now, you stated earlier that there was a couple phone calls on that day, right? On the second?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to mislead. A couple phone calls on January 29th.
Yes.
There were also some phone calls on the second, but I want to ask you about the 29th. You had a short phone call and then a longer phone call. Is that right?
Yes.
And on that phone call, the first phone call, you hung up and called your parents,
Did?
and then you called her back.
No.
She called you back.
She called me back.
What was that gap in time?
To my recollection, it was a couple hours.
What were you doing in the meantime?
Wondering what was going on. Worried.
You're worried. Why'd you call 911?
Because I'm sure her parents did.
How many people were you aware of that knew you were in a relationship with Ms. Howard?
Objection, calls for speculation.
If he knows, you can answer if you know.
Can you repeat the question?
How many people were you aware of that knew about your relationship with Ms. Howard?
I don't think anybody really, anyone knew for sure. People may have assumed.
Can you discuss that on the second about now evidently people know, is that right?
I don't recall.
You said that I just want to be clear. The statements you said that she told you that you overheard who you talking to, right?
Yes.
You said that you heard her, what you assumed to be shut the door?
Well, shut the door. Yeah.
And you heard her describe wearing black clothing?
Not a phone call.
So in the phone call, let me back up. Were you aware that Mr. Howard, if Miss Howard had shared?
Guys, this is the defendant. That is the boyfriend of the wife that's up on the stand. 'Cause remember, they weren't officially divorced yet, so he's the boyfriend. I'm not throwing shade on him. He's just the paramour technically. That's how you got to call him. I think I see where the defense is going with this. This should be interesting. No, buddy. Don't eat that.
Her affair with Mr. Howard.
I'm not sure.
Now, you guys did talk about that though, right?
About what?
Did her? As far as when to kill him?
Candy and I was totally up to her.
When did you first bring up the idea of her divorcing him and moving out of Canada?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you first bring up the idea of divorcing Mr. Howard and moving out of Canada?
No, it was not my idea.
Now, she expressed doubts on that weekend, she expressed doubts to you about leaving Mr. Howard, right?
Concerns.
In fact, you've been, we've covered exhibit, may I go to some exhibits, Sean?
You know,
Mr. Prado, I've handed you what's marked and admitted as States Exhibit 38, A through I. Do you recognize those?
yes.
Now, let's just kind of walk through that. If you look at Exhibit 58C, do you have that?
Yes, sir.
So, in looking at this exhibit, you see how the top page has January 30th at 9:34,
Yes,
and the next line down is 33.
yes,
So this is written in reverse chronological order, right?
it would appear so.
So if we flip to a couple pages on January 30th. Well, before I ask this, you and Ms. Howard talked about her employment, correct?
That's correct.
The plan was for her to get a job at the hospital down in Canada, right?
Okay. Defendant, defense attorney, prosecutor. Then the bald guy is also a prosecutor as well, way over this way. Okay? So defense attorney, defendant.
Clinic.
clinic. And when she put the house, or when she put the earnest money on the house, she's still currently working at KMC, correct?
The earnest money was, there was no earnest money put down in the house at that point.
She did not, she was not able to get a job in Cameo, right?
That's not correct, to my knowledge.
Okay. So, I think it's the third page. You're talking about, her needing to stay in her job until closing for the loan verification, right? It's on the third page of the exhibit C, first message, January 30th. She was talking about, she needs to wait, put notice in her job until she closed, right?
Yes, that's what it states.
Now, did you influence her at all in the divorce process?
We spoke about it.
So, you were trying to talk to her about getting the guns, right?
Not that I recall.
You've seen her gun, right?
No.
What?
So if we go, and you say she didn't like guns, right?
That's correct.
She didn't want them.
Correct.
Okay. So if we go to the second page of that exhibit. Bottom line, she states, I get my gun. Had to trade my chickens for safe and gun. Did you receive that message?
I did.
And then
Ooh, so she
you
had
replied, LOL.
She keeps
And
talking
then
about
you
guns.
state, what are you going to use maybe for leverage for quick claim deed, if not guns? Is that right?
Yes.
And so your testimony, she didn't like guns, but she was excited about getting her gun and trying to use leverage to get a quick claim deed, correct?
That's not correct.
So what was she doing, buddy?
You talked to her about her needing to get a quick claim deed in the divorce process for the house in Canada.
That would be one aspect.
Did you ever have law enforcement test for your DNA?
No.
Did law enforcement ever ask you if you handled her gun?
Not that I recall.
Are you aware, let's write that. So during that time, she's also talking about being amicable in splitting up the assets, correct?
Yeah, she was speaking about splitting up the assets.
So in Exhibit D, 30, just for the record, 38D,
So B or D?
D is about 40. If we flip to the second page, we have a picture of like a case sheet for legal document?
Yes,
Is that something she messaged you?
yes, there is.
Flipping 2 more pages. Is that images of something that she messaged you?
Appears to be, yes.
And again, on the next 2 pages, there are various items listed, correct?
Correct.
And this is the weekend of January 30th and 31st, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Now, before those, on the very last page of the exhibit, she expresses some concern about staying, correct?
About what was that, sir?
Well, do you see the message on the last page that has January 31st at about 4:58?
Let's see the 458. Yes, I do, okay, I do.
Okay, that's a message from Kendy. And it states, I guess I look at it as if I don't have you, I would stay. Because good enough is good enough. Don't take that the wrong way. I'm just talking, right? You received that message?
I did.
And she's referring about being with Dan is, if good enough is good enough, right? She's referring to Dan in that message, right?
She's referring to staying,
With Dan, right?
to staying.
So if we move back up. Next, if we go in order, the next page is the pictures. We got 3 pictures of the inventory. We got personal information, and then you state first page. On the first page, I want you to be happy and confident with your decision and what lies ahead. Are you? That's what you asked her, correct?
That's correct.
They don't mean that there aren't going to be a lot of emotions and sad days. I'm talking the big picture, right?
Yes.
And she states, just emotional. The day is old.
I'm going to object to counsel's characterization of that statement. If he's going to be reading into the record, he needs to do it appropriately.
I glanced up at the wrong time.
The way he read it,
Yeah.
it seemed accurate. If you want to reread it, that's fine.
She states, just emotional day is all, right?
Correct.
Had to walk down memory lane together. Guess if I stay busy helps. Is that what she said?
Yes.
You aware if she expressed hesitations and concerns to, are you aware that she expressed hesitations and concerns to anyone else?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you guys discuss keeping the relationship with Mr. Howard secret?
Yes.
So you stated that you would see each other most often when Dan was working in the oil fields for 3 weeks on.
That's correct.
At your place and hers?
Not hers.
And when Dan was home, she would find time either when she's in the car or other places to talk to you.
That's correct.
Or if he was in the shop or doing other things.
Objection as to where the defendant was calls for speculation.
What? I don't think so.
No, he would know if she's talking.
He would know.
He would know if where she's at if you're talking, driving a car or going somewhere.
Yeah.
I think you're asking where Dan was when they were working. To that extent, it's speculation. So it's just
Well, no, he's asking, do you know where he was? He could say, if it's in his knowledge, it's not speculative. See, I don't know if this judge is good at this as the other judges are, but it's within speculation. So I don't know. We're gonna keep going here, guys. I think the sound's better now at this point. So, Island says, I'm too lazy to Google what this is about, probably. Young, we take care of each other. We take care of each other. Island says, okay, so the husband is accused of murdering his wife. They're about to get a divorce. It's really nasty. He is a former police officer, so they think he staged the murder to look like a suicide. And that's what they're going on. Right now, the boyfriend is testifying about why why the wife didn't want to kill herself. And now he's getting cross-examined, though, about like how she actually had a gun and she liked guns and she wanted a gun. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Can I use fuckboy instead of Paramour in the Chiron? No.
Would Kendy try to hang up quickly if all of a sudden someone walked in the room?
No, let me
That day, on the 29th, did she disconnect the line?
on which call?
On 129, 15-second call, did she disconnect the line?
I believe I did.
And you disconnected the line. Were you scared that Dan had found out that you were talking to her?
No,
You disconnected the line after 15 seconds and called her parents?
I did.
At this point, did her parents know you guys were dating?
I do not believe so.
And so you called her parents instead of 911. Was that in an effort to look like a hero?
Objection, representative.
Oh,
No,
But you didn't call back for 2 hours.
I did not call her, she called me, yes.
You didn't call 911.
I did not call her parents, knowing her parents were more likely to call 911. I was more concerned for what I was hearing on that phone call, to call her parents, so they can call her, and possibly get her on the line where you know that they're on the call.
And in that 15 seconds, your statement is that you heard, what is your statement? Just to be clear, what are you saying happened in that 15 seconds? What did you hear?
I heard Kendy, emotional, scared, panicked, being in the bathroom, when I got on the phone, trying to close the door, let me close the door. And then, like I said, you hear Mr. Howard, who are you talking to anybody on the phone? I'm not talking to anybody on the phone, it was just very, you can tell she was there was a lot going on.
Okay,
She was very distraught.
but she's talking to you.
She wasn't talking to me. She was talking to an open line. She wanted to hear what was happening.
You sure you weren't on the phone and Dan questioned her about it?
No, we weren't talking on the phone. She called.
Let's move to exhibit D. Now, again, this is so as you can see in these exhibits, the timestamps are kind of blended together.
When we blended together.
Well, for instance, exhibit A is conversations around the 2nd February, right?
You said 38B. Is it worth
But
it?
first, let's take a look at A real quick.
I'm gonna object to this line of questioning.
What's your judgment?
So numerical or alphabetical order of the state number of the exhibits is not something that Mr. Prado is part of. It's irrelevant to the substance of the exhibits, and that's the parent.
Is that what you asked me?
No, just providing context for whatever they.
Yeah, if you can make clear what you're asking, and the witness can follow what you're asking and find it. So I'll go to the objection if you can.
We talked first about exhibit C, correct?
We didn't talk about things in the
Exhibit C involved conversation on 1/3, correct?
Correct.
We talked about exhibit D, correct?
That's correct.
That involves conversation on February 2nd, right?
It shows January 31st. You're still on D, 38D?
B or D?
Oh, you said D?
So turning to D. This is on the 31st. You're talking about more of the divorce paperwork, right?
So that's just to be really clear, what exhibit are you referring to right now?
Boy, B is in boy.
B is in boy.
Let me set the stage. So you had conversations during that weekend about the process of filling out paperwork, correct? And just from your memory, you had conversations that weekend with Ms. Howard about her and Dan filling out divorce paperwork, right?
That's correct.
And you're understanding that it was going amicably, they were putting things down, and you received pictures of those, right?
I did receive pictures.
Now, if we flip to the back page, working from the back, second page from the back, very bottom, Kendy sends you a message, and this is in the morning, just woke back up, I don't know if you're dreaming something, but woke up scared. What she's going and changes to doing the next text, right?
I'm asking which one you're referring to. You want me to go to D?
B is in boy.
B is in boy. Okay, B is in boy, so I'm on that.
Second to the last page,
Okay.
very bottom. Did you see it?
My bottom page went B. It's not going along, I apologize. It's talking about tractor.
One more page, third page from the back. I apologize. You see the line that says just woke?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so she states, just woke back up. I don't know if dreamed something, but woke up scared. She said, going, but she changed to speak. Is that what she said?
Yes,
And you're expressing that there's a lot of emotions, right?
correct?
She tells you that she's scared about all the change, right?
Yes,
Now, she was concerned about where she was going to work, right?
yes, probably, possibly,
Possibly.
there was options for her.
Okay.
There were big changes. Okay, change.
So on the next page, on the bottom, she's message you says, I need to know if I still need my job at closing to give bank. I gone verify, Tana said I will, and I need to keep job till. She express that?
She did.
Now, going back to the guns. You said you have guns?
Yes.
And your testimony, you never touched your gun?
Not that I can recall, no.
Have a moment.
Yeah.
Referring again to B, the first page. This is on the 31st. Around the middle page, around noon, she states, I'm rushing into this fast, or is this normal? She sends that to you, right?
She does.
And she states that he's all good with this, what they've been discussing, right?
Yes.
She states, or you state, that it's normal, this is how it's done, trust me, I know, LOL.
Yes.
Thank you.
Briefly, Judge. Can you look at D as in dog?
Okay.
Those pictures that council was asking you about. Whose handwriting? Let me phrase it like this. Is that Kendy's handwriting on those documents?
No.
So first page, it kind of looks like a legal document. Is that Kendy's handwriting?
No.
Next page, it has 2 columns. Is that Kendy's handwriting?
No.
The next page that is evaluating their various assets, is that Kendy's handwriting?
Ooh.
No.
That next page that
Ooh.
lists some other assets, is that Kendy's?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good, chat. Uh-oh. That's some not good information there. We need to go. Let's hear that again. They are just drilling her. They're drilling this. They're drilling the defendant here. Listen to that. Going through the.
Whose handwriting? Let me phrase it like this. Is that
He's going through the handwriting of the divorce paperwork. Whoa.
Kendy's handwriting on those documents?
No.
So first page, it kind of looks like a legal document. Is that Kendy's handwriting?
No.
Next page, it has 2 columns. Is that Kendy's handwriting?
No.
The next page that is evaluating their various assets, is that Kendy's handwriting?
No.
That next page that lists some other assets, is that Kendy's handwriting?
No.
And these were sent to you during the conversation where Kendy had told you that she and Dan for splitting up the assets, correct?
Correct.
January 29th, when you got that open line from Kendy, did you hear a crime being committed?
Sounded like it, yes.
Did you have enough information at that point to call law enforcement?
No.
In the months and weeks before Kendy's death, did you and Kendy together spend time with Janie and Wendell?
Yes.
Were there times that you and Kendy and Janie and Wendell would go to dinner together?
Yes.
Would you
Ooh. This is not good, chat.
Were you actively trying to keep the secret of your and Kendy's relationship from Janie and Wendell?
Yes.
Were, if you know, Janie and Wendell suspicious that the two of you were in a relationship?
I think they may have been suspicious.
Counsel asked you if Kendy was worried about going back and fighting things up with Dan, and you said she had concerns. Can you elaborate on those concerns?
Well, she was concerned, how he's going to react, concerned for her safety.
Did you care about Kendy even before you started a romantic relationship with her
Absolutely.
for many years?
A lot of years.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Scott. You may sit down. Hand those exhibits to the clerk before you vote.
Well, that was very detrimental to the defendant.
Next witness?
Michelle Lambert.
Just for counsel and jury's understanding, I suspect this is going to be a longer witness, but
Guys, this is not good for the defense. That was not a lot of good information there. That it looked like he had written all the stuff out of the divorce paperwork. So it looks like, he did it. I mean, they're showing things that look like it's more conducive that he killed her. Including the splitting assets. Yeah, that's not good. That's not a good look, chat. Because now it looks like we can't see it, but I'm assuming once they look at the settlement split, I'm assuming he's going to be coming out really far ahead. So, yeah, let's just see what else they're talking about, though. Also, if you guys were wondering, that bald guy is the prosecutor, the county prosecutor.
probably still take a break, maybe 15 or 20 minutes just as an afternoon break. Because you guys have had some breaks. But, ma'am, are you Ms. Lambert?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you have to give in this case will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh,
I see the witness stand.
real quick, couple things to cover. Stephen Cooper's been a member for 3 months. The camera guy is high as Sean is tired. Yeah, no, because I'm not that tired. KJ for $5 says the fuckboy Paramour now. YouTube doesn't like it. So there you go. I put it up for you guys. The Pie Case gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, Pie Case. If you get one, I know you're, please let her know you're thankful. I know certainly whoever gets one will be thankful, Pie Case. So thank you so much. So there we go. Let's get back to the show. Yes, she was not smolicidal. Christopher's saying, why is the boyfriend testifying to the handwriting? Because he's not a handwriting expert, but he can say, I'm familiar with her handwriting. I've known her since we were in high school. I know what her handwriting looks like. You know, if you've seen it before, you can say that looks like it or doesn't look like it based on my personal experience. So he's not he's not an expert witness. He's a lay witness. But he's a lay expert based on his personal experience of her. So that's how that can work. So it's not really like that big a deal. It's like it's kind of works out, no problem. Well, obscure. We do need experts in court. We do need experts in court, but you're allowed to say, "I know what my wife's handwriting looks like." I know what my like. Think about if you saw a picture of your wife on a security camera and you're a witness, you could be like, "That's my wife," or "That's my child." Yeah, he's basically an expert on her. So, yes, he was a lay expert, all right. So, yeah, fair enough. Yep, it's simple as that. Like it's just like if you knew your neighbor, you'd be like, yeah, that's how he walks down the street, or that's not how he walks, or that's not how my neighbor mows his yard. Whatever you can base your personal experience on. That doesn't require a scientific opinion. Basically, like a learned opinion. As long as it doesn't require a learned opinion, you can be a lay expert on something.
You may record.
Thank you, Rich. Ma'am, would you state your full name and spell both your first and last names?
Michelle, M-I-C-H-E-L-L-E. Lampert, L-A-M-P-E-R-T.
Were you married?
Yes,
What's the name of your husband?
Dean Lampert.
Did you and your husband at one time live in Athol,
Spirit Lady.
Spirit Lake?
Yeah.
And about how long ago was that and what time frame?
We lived there for 20 years. We just moved in December.
Okay. During those 20 years, at some point, did you become acquainted with Kendy and Dan Howard?
Yes.
How did that happen?
Our kids went to school. Well, they played baseball together.
And so can you give the names and ages of your kids and the names and ages of Kendy and Dan's kids that you friends?
My kids are David Lampert, and he was probably what age now? He wants age now.
Now, back when they first got to know the Howards, your kids,
I don't even know what David really. It was really Joshua, the youngest boy of the 4 boys, because they played baseball with Wyatt.
okay, Joshua was about how old when you got to know?
I would say they were in 5th grade.
Okay. And then through the years, did you and your husband get to know Kendy and Dan?
We knew of them because they played baseball. They played football together, high school football. Our 2 boys went into the Marines together as a buddy system. We all, we were to San Diego together on their graduation. We didn't travel together, but we were all there together. I got probably a lot closer to Kendy as our kids were growing up and out of the house.
Okay. Before that happened, did you and your husband sometimes attend social events with the Howards?
Yes,
Did that include school events?
we were all at the same Friday night high school football or, baseball or whatever, yes.
Did you and your husband then attend barbecues at the Howard's house?
Towards the later years, yes.
Okay.
Not when they were younger.
Okay. Did you get to know Dan Howard?
Yes,
Based on these many contacts with him, being around him as your kids grew up?
I knew of him. He was a state trooper.
I know that, but based on knowing him personally, did you get to become acquainted with him
Yes,
and his habits,
yes,
and his likes and dislikes?
yes.
What was Mr. Howard's attitude towards money?
It was all his.
Did you get to know Kendy better as time progressed?
Yes, that's when we got really close.
When did you get really close?
I'd say 18, 19.
So 2018, 2019?
Yeah, somewhere around there is when we really got close.
Okay, by close, what do you mean by that?
We talked every day. We both worked the horrible early mornings, 4 a.m. shifts or 4:30 up, and so we always talked, message. We do stuff with each other. We always talked every day.
So by talking Facebook Messenger
Yes,
and not so much telephone?
once in a great while, but mostly it was Messenger.
What do you do, by the way? What's your profession?
My profession was medical biller. I'm retired now.
Back then when you knew her, that's what you were doing for work?
Yes,
Did you, because of this close relationship with Kenny, get to know her pretty well?
yes.
Can you tell us what her attitude was in terms of guns?
She hated them.
How do you know that?
Because I do remember he gave her a gun for Christmas, and she didn't even like guns. She didn't even want it. It's not even what she wanted for Christmas. She wouldn't go out shooting or anything like that. She never carried a gun. There was never a gun in her purse. She didn't like guns.
Okay. What sorts of things did you, well, let me back up a little bit. Did you and Kenny hang out together, just the two of you?
We would go hiking, antiquing, we'd go to different breweries, we, shopped, we did all kinds of stuff.
And did this go over the place of the course of a couple of years?
Yes,
All right. And were you able to, during this time period, ascertain Dan's attitude towards you and Kenny hanging out together?
yes,
What was that?
he didn't like, he didn't like it,
Why?
because she's spending money.
I'll sustain, you can lay more foundation if you can.
Thank you, Judge. Did you ever hear Dan complain when you were within earshot about you and Kenny hanging out?
Yes, there was one day, yes.
This one day, where were you?
It was when we were, going to go do Greece.
So about what time frame are we talking?
That would probably, it was probably in November, I would assume.
Okay, so November of what year?
19 or 20, I'm not sure, I'm sorry.
When you heard this, where were you physically?
I'm sorry,
Where were you located physically when you heard Dan make a negative comment about Kenny's spending?
it was outside
Outside, where?
by the fire pit.
At the Howard House.
Yes,
Who was present?
my husband, I, Dan, and Kenny.
And what had preceded this negative comment? What had happened beforehand?
We're spending money.
And what did Dan say?
I just told him I spent all his money. And made sure we spent his money. I probably egged him on a little bit.
In spending all this time with Kenny, did you get to have a handle on her emotions and whether or not she was a depressed person?
She was not depressed.
What was she?
She was fun. We had a,
You go ahead and
Really, she was
restate
mouthy.
your place.
we had a lot of fun. We laughed. We had a great time. She was never depressed. She was always had a smile on her face. Always wanted to.
Was it suicidal, chat?
Never was boring. Never wanted.
She's not suicidal.
Just always was fun.
She's not suicidal.
In getting to know her, did you pick up on how she looked at her body?
Yeah, I mean we're females.
Can you tell us about that?
I mean she battled, weight, and she wanted to lose weight, or her body image, sometimes she didn't feel as great, but she was beautiful. But
Was she self-conscious about her weight?
yes,
Was she self-conscious about how she looked?
yes,
Did she try at times to remedy that? Or at
Yes.
least, did you ever hear Dan express any negative comments about Kendy's weight?
only through her.
You talked about communicating her daily in terms of Facebook Messenger. Was that happening back on or around July of 2020?
Yes,
And during that time period, did she communicate to you after July 10th, 2020, both in terms of text and photographs of herself?
yes,
Ugh. Oh, come on.
Yeah, Coach, what's that? And let me show you what's in Marcus. The 37 A's and 100 pages taken together. 37 B's one. Take a look at 37
Guys, there's no closed captioning today for some reason. It's not available.
Where is it?
it's a bruise.
Sorry.
A number of photographs,
Yes, sir.
of the photographs of Candy's body,
Yes, sir.
and if you send those to you,
Yes, sir.
on what date?
On that date.
You remember the date?
It was like 7:10, 7:11.
We're looking at this document, refresh your memory as to the date.
Yes, sir.
What was the date?
The date on here is 7/11.
July 11th, 2020.
Yes, sir.
Take a look at B, what do you recognize?
I'm sorry. That was on 7/12.
What is 37D that was sent to you?
It was about, the bruises and trying to cover them up.
Was it sent by you, Kenny,
Yes,
on July 12th, 2020?
yes, sir,
37A, an accurate
yes,
depiction of the pictures that she sent you on July 11th?
yes,
And that's 37D, an accurate set
yes,
text that she sent you about those bruises the next day.
yes.
Is it 37A, 37B?
Any objection? No. Is it a bit?
You want to publish the same?
Okay. Members of the jury, Bob, you have a chance to do that. You can continue, Mr. Redmond.
Thank you, Judge. Around this time period that we're talking about, or maybe a little bit afterwards, did you and your husband go camping with the Howards as well as Wyatt, his girlfriend?
yes.
Where did this take place?
In Rorschach,
About what time frame in terms of July 2020 did it happen?
I think it was around, it was towards the end of July, like the 20th, it was like a Wednesday to a Monday, Thursday to a Monday. I don't remember.
Sounds like you're not quite sure.
It was in July, it was like, I want to say the 20th.
These exhibits that we've been looking at, did these happen before we met with her and her husband or something?
Yes.
At Rorschach?
Yes, this happened before.
Okay, so you've got in front of you 37C. You recognize 37C.
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
Kendy with bruises.
Okay. Is this sort of the same thing as what we saw in 27A and B just a couple days later on July 13th, 2020?
Yes,
And is this exhibit accompanied by both text as well as bruises?
yes,
Is 37C an accurate summary of the text and photos Kenny sent to you on July 13th, 2020, before you met with her camping at the workshop?
yes,
With the 37C.
Objection. 37C is admitted.
Your proposed thing.
May. Looks like members of the jury have had a chance to review that exhibit as well. Mr. Henry, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're just going to humanitarian break. I know we've given you some breaks, but we've been dealing with stuff here in courtroom, so we'll just take a short recess and be back. I'll remind you not to discuss this case with yourselves or with anyone else. Thank you.
Guys, we're gonna skip ahead here. Now, if you listen to the girlfriend or the best friend, she said, "Oh, she was terrified of him. She was terrified of the guns." So it's you know, she's testifying to all the things that she was afraid of her husband at the time. So she's afraid of the defendant. So we'll see what that leads us to. All right, so there's going to be a break here. Let's see how long that break goes. Oh, it's a couple minutes.
Already text and looking at photographs mid-July or so in 2020. I'm going to show you some photographs that have already been admitted in this trial, starting with exhibit number 30. You recognize those two?
I can't.
Go ahead, Judge. Looks like you're about ready to take care of the issue.
I just say, Matt, you're welcome to step, this is called the well here. You're welcome to step into there if they'll help you see the photos. Sure.
You recognize that photograph?
Yes,
Who are they?
that is Dan and Kendy Howard.
In mid-July of 2020.
Yes, sir.
And when you saw her during that camping trip to Dvorak, could you still see bruising on her body?
Yes,
Where?
right here. It's very minute.
I'm going to show you a couple more where you're standing there, okay? The next one's 31. Same time frame,
Yes,
same bruising.
yes,
And then the last one will be 32. Same time frame,
yes,
same place.
yes.
Thank you. Take your seat. Let me show you a couple more tests. After 2020, July 2020, did you continue to text with Kendy?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you what's in March 37.
You guys are something else.
37. You take a look at those student ID recognize.
It's an old courthouse. Give it a break.
Yes.
Starting off with 37D, what do you recognize that to be?
That was, Kendy talking about money.
Okay, talking about future plans?
Yep.
And was this on January 1st of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And then the second one, 37E, can you identify that for us?
Yes.
What's that?
That's the same thing, wanting to know.
Okay, and essentially the same.
Oh, with the camera.
With the back
Yeah.
camera. Are these accurate texts between me and her on this date?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, what did you say, D, 37E?
One minute. Let's get into that.
Say?
Okay, Mark. Looks like the jury's actually to review it. You can continue.
Thank you. And you got 37 F in front of you? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that series of pictures?
Yes, sir, I do.
What are they?
They are pictures of Kendy's house that she put an offer on and was accepted.
Okay, so what's the date of this text?
The text was started at 1:22.
And are they texting Kendy?
Yes, sir.
Are they texting Kendy essentially talking about her future plans?
Yes, sir.
And does that include a new house, or what was to be the new house in Canada?
Yes.
And her feelings about that?
How excited she was to have it.
Does that series of text also include her fishing?
Yes.
And are they all of that current time?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate?
Yes.
You can look through some of that.
Objection. 37 F is admitted.
Published thing?
You may.
Jury's getting ready to read
You
the.
can continue, Mr. Rick.
Thank you. Man, we have finding which marked as 37G. Do you recognize that?
So they made those exhibits for the jury to let the jury read them and look at them. Now they're going to keep moving on.
Yes,
What do you recognize
By the way, that's ridiculous. They just wait till the end.
as 37G?
Kendy talking to me.
On January 23rd of 2021,
Yes,
about her future plans.
yes,
Is that accurate? Is that text Kenny talking to you about her future plans?
yes.
If you get 37G,
Any objection? No. 37G is admitted.
you make publish 37G.
You may publish 37G.
Oh my gosh, come on! Ah! Please, God!
G, direct.
Do that?
The last one you have in front of you is marked as 37G. Do you recognize that?
It's marked 37H.
It is. You recognize 37H.
Yes,
You recognize that.
her and I talking again, and she bought a hot tub.
This was what, on January 24th, 2021?
Yeah, 25th.
Is this in addition to the text that you sent earlier?
Yes,
Besides the hot tub, is there other things she's talking about in terms of the future life?
just the house.
Buying things for your house?
Yes, yes,
Is that an accurate set of text between you and her and that something?
yes,
If you admit 37H
No objection. 37H is admitted.
and publish
Permission to publish granted.
Oh. This is just not, this is painful going through all these exhibits like this. This is painful, guys.
Based on your interaction with Kendy, what was her state of mind? Was she depressed or not?
no, she was happy.
What was she happy about?
She was happy because she got the house, she was pursuing something that she loved, she was going back home, yes, she might have been scared, to divorce, but she was happy. She was happy to start her life over, and she was excited to get out of Kootenai. She was looking at a brighter side.
Was she happy also to leave Dan?
Objection. Overruled.
Yes,
Let me take you to the morning of January 29th, 2021, okay? I know you've told us that you work mornings, but on that particular morning, when you were at work, did you get a call from Kendy?
yes,
In this call from Kendy, can you describe her demeanor during the call?
irrational,
Was Kendy upset?
yes,
Was Kendy crying during the call?
yes,
Was Kendy crying during the entirety of the call? It's foundational.
And the question doesn't suggest the answer, she could certainly say no. So I'll overrule the leading objection.
yes, she was very hysterical.
During the full call?
Yeah, and for her to call me, not text me, something was wrong.
Did she describe something to you during this call that had recently happened to her?
Yes,
About what time do you think it was in the morning when you got the call when you were at work?
it was early because we were early birds. It had It had been anywhere between 6 and 8 because not everybody was in my work yet. I had a few people, but not a full group.
AM.
Yes,
And during the course of this call that you had with her when she was emotional, when she was crying, when she was hysterical, did she tell you what had just happened to her earlier
yes,
that morning?
yes.
What did she say happened?
That Dan tried to choke her
Did she say where this happened?
in the bedroom.
Did she say what she was doing when it occurred?
She was sleeping
Did she indicate to you in the call how she woke up?
with him on top.
With him on top, what do you mean, standing above her?
Yeah, like almost like a pillow, if I remember right. Just on forward, him forward, over the top of her.
Not on her, but above her.
Above her, yes.
Did she indicate to you how he was dressed?
Black,
What about his hands? Were they gloved or not?
gloved.
Did she indicate anything else that caught her attention about her waking up and seeing Dan above her? That you can recall?
I want to say there was something in his hand, but I can't positively.
Did she talk about whether or not she saw a magazine on the floor or
Yes,
not?
yes. She did talk about that,
What did she say?
that there was a black thing on the floor is how she put it, if I remember right.
Did she indicate to you whether she was concerned for her safety?
She was scared of that.
Did she indicate to you what she feared had about to happen?
Well, she died, so how do you know how scared she was? Were you in on it? Did you help seal the deal? Da da da. Yeah, she's definitely scared to death.
She was afraid he was going to kill her.
What are the questions?
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Johnson. Yeah.
You talked to Detective Valentin on the morning of February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
And in that conversation, was the phone conversation?
I'm not sure if it was a phone conversation. I've had so many conversations.
That first conversation was with Detective Valentin, right? On that morning?
The morning of?
Yes.
I don't remember, sir.
Well, you did speak to him fairly early on.
Yes,
And in that interview, or that conversation, you did not mention this phone call from the prior Friday, did you?
I don't know, sir.
A few days later, or maybe a week later on, you talked to Detective Euler as well?
Okay.
Did you? Do you remember that?
I don't remember their names, but I talked to a lot of detectives.
At that time, you did not mention this event in the prior weekend to them, did you?
No, sir, there was a lot of events.
Well, okay. This was 3 days before Kendy's passing, right?
Yes, sir.
But since then, you've had a lot of conversations with law enforcement.
I've had conversations, but it's not a daily life.
No, have you had, would you say, over, in the past 3 years, over or under 10 conversations with law enforcement?
Maybe, probably. I haven't counted them.
Would it be close to 10 or more or less?
I don't know, sir. I've had conversations. I don't know how many conversations I've had. You also have to realize that she died.
Objection unresponsive. The last one.
All right, strike the last comment, and then just make sure you wait for the question.
Yes.
Now, in the first conversation, obviously your friend has passed and you're very upset. But when you talked to Detective Valentin, didn't you tell him that Kendy had at one point told you in the past year that Dan had told her you can make a murder look like suicide?
Objection here, sir.
Oh,
couple layers of it.
Yeah.
I'll sustain the objection.
We, confrontation such pressure.
We can. All right, members of the jury, excuse me, one turn. All You can be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Your Honor, one of the concerning things about this case is Mr. Lampert, who there is no recorded investigation of no recorded or interview with Mr. Lampert from any law enforcement member. All of a sudden, proof shows up at the grand jury, makes a statement that he heard Dan say, I can make a murder look like suicide. It's been subject to motion. But where this came from is law enforcement's first contact with Ms. Lampert. She makes a statement, a bunch of other statements that aren't admissible, but she makes a statement basically saying, I heard in Pastor Kendy said that he could do that, or he told me he could do that. The next interview, it changes. I heard Dan while around the campfire. Grand jury, it changes. Now she doesn't even testify to it. It's her husband that must have heard it over the campfire. So it goes to one of the key statements that the state has used throughout this whole case. The words of it. I'm not looking for the truth of the matter asserted, but lays the foundation for this witness. The only way I can get it in, this witness is where the statement came from.
So you're trying to impeach this witness regarding a statement that hasn't been elicited by the state?
I'm laying the foundation. I mean, I guess we can subject to recall and call her after statements, list it all we want.
Okay, let's go back to the.
Okay, so one of the statements that Daniel Howard allegedly made is to this woman's husband saying, I can make a murder look like a suicide. The defense is trying to claim that she said that to the police initially. And then all of a sudden, this lady's husband, Dean Lampert, said it. And he's trying to point out, like, this is all bullshit. One of them said it or the other said it. Now we get down the road and this guy's coming up with the story. So the defense is just pointing out this is all a bunch of bullshit. And I think it's fair. And yes, I think they could establish with her now, did you say yes or no? And if she says no, recall her later and then impeach her with the other statements. But that's the issue. There's hearsay. Isn't it true that you told Officer so-and-so that Kendy said, Dean, because it's Daniel telling Kendy, who then tells this lady, who then tells the officer. That's hearsay within hearsay within hearsay. Each time you have to justify it and make sure there's an exception. So.
State's argument was hearsay. What's your response to that?
I'm not arguing for the truth of the matter. Just whether or not she made a statement. I'm not.
Well, you're asking
if she told law enforcement X. I don't care about the truth of X. I'm asking if she told law enforcement X.
Mr. McCarron, I'll hear your response.
Well, if it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, then it's not relevant.
Wait, that's not it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's not relevant. I guarantee you every other damn trial you've done, you've offered it that way, dude. Don't sit here and say, oh, well, now it's not relevant. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's being offered for its different purpose. To show that she has inconsistent testimony. That her testimony can't be trusted, the credibility of it, the weight of it.
I understand your question. It was, didn't you tell law enforcement that Kendy told you that Dan told her that he could make a death look like suicide?
Yes.
And you would like to get that in because she told the grand jury.
She didn't tell the grand jury.
Somebody else told the grand jury.
Her husband.
Right. So you're trying to impeach her husband's anticipated testimony right now because she hasn't testified to you.
We'll leave subject to recall.
Okay. I'm sustaining the objection then. It's hearsay and it's not being offered for proper purpose with this witness. So, all right. We'll bring the jury back in.
Okay. So what he's going to do then is the judge is saying we'll recall her later, and then you could try to impeach her. Except now she knows that we should probably go talk to her husband, and the jig's up. That said, I don't blame him for trying to sneak it in. I would too. I mean, I would sneak it in right now. Why not? The worst you find out is no, you can't. The judge won't let you do it. So you go for it. So it's not a bad idea.
You can be seated. Well, we can make it quick. I'm trying to make it quick for you. Sometimes it breaks. We'll continue now. I have sustained the objection. Mr. President, you may continue with your question.
You made statements to Detective Allison on the 3rd of February, correct?
Yes.
And later on, you made statements to other law enforcement, such as Detective Willard.
Yes.
Objection has been answered.
It has been, but she already answered again, so you can move on, Mr. Johnson.
Now, you didn't like Candy,
No.
and in some of your interactions with Kendy, you were strategizing with her on how to get the most out of a divorce.
I guess.
I guess that means
Yeah.
yes.
Was it clear, was it mutual, was it clear that Dan knew you didn't like him?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
Okay.
Counsel's clients see it fine.
Perfect.
She knows. She can say whether I know this guy hated me or not. Did you know it? Is it your knowledge?
What's the same?
Bullshit. She can know because the guy may have said, "Yeah, I fucking hate you."
Was your impression that you were friendly towards him?
Objection, relevance as to whatever her impression is in this particular case.
First state of mind.
Say again. You're
It's first state of mind.
Well,
I'll rephrase.
okay, you can rephrase.
Were you friendly to him?
Yes.
Were your husband, whose name's Dean,
Mhm.
were him and Dan friends?
I would not call them friends.
Now, you were not aware of the relationship with Mr. Prado, were you?
Correct.
Yet, she was a good friend of yours, correct?
Correct.
So,
That's
if
very
we
defensive
look
witness.
at exhibit F, you have that in front of you?
Did you hand it to me?
I have all the exhibits.
What number are you on, counsel?
Does the clerk have the exhibit to show you?
The clerk has the number.
Yeah,
What precedes F? What's the number?
39? The 30.
We'll go to 37. You can approach.
And, maybe the motion will-
Sure, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Another freaking sidebar. You guys hate this damn crafting the bulb and blaster, yes. Are they putting the mic up to the loudest noises in the room? No. Oh my gosh, you guys.
The first page, the first line, is that your comment when dipshit coming home?
Sure is.
If we go same exhibit, 1, 2, 3, 4, flip 4 pages over, on everything.
The funny thing is, this lady acts so snooty, but should he be acquitted, you know she'd be shitting her pants.
Does it start off with cool?
Yes, sir, I see that.
Okay, so further down, 6 lines down, Kendy sends a message to you that I don't want to hurt him, but I don't love. Is that what she sent you?
Correct.
On the last page of that exhibit, should look like a thumbs up.
The last page is what happens then.
Now, in your relationship with Dan and Kendy, how often would you guys go camping?
Door check,
How often would you?
door check.
How many times would you go?
That's the only time.
Okay, just the one time. Now, you were not there to observe what happened to get a bruise, correct?
Correct.
And Kendy had secrets, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Peter.
Council elicited from you
That didn't go very
the
well.
fact that you didn't like Dan. Remember that?
Yes,
Was that in part of the way Dan treated Kenny?
correct.
What was it about the way that Dan treated Kenny that you didn't like?
Controlling
Controlling in what fashion?
money,
Was Dan's personality something else that you didn't like?
correct.
I mean, what was it about his personality that you didn't like?
Arrogant,
She saw herself in him.
Remember council asking you about your talk with Detective Loudon
yes, sir.
that occurred in February of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And you remember council asking you whether or not you remember talking about the conversation you had with Kenny on January 29th, 2021?
Correct.
And you not being able to remember
Correct.
whether or not you told Detective Loudon
Correct.
that? Okay. I want to show you something. It's a transcript of your interview with Detective Loudon. And specifically, I'm going to have you look at page 5 of that transcript. and we'll discuss it. See if I can refresh your memory about whether or not you told Detective Loudon about that incident. Anything. Take a look at page 5. I think might run off into the next page. Tell me when your memory is refreshed.
Yeah, we see you keep looking up. I think we're waiting for you to tell
I'm
us.
sorry,
Did you get a chance to read that part of that transcript?
the page 5 to 6.
Yeah, in that page 5 to 6 of that transcript, where you're talking to Detective Loudon back in February 2021, did you in fact talk to Detective Loudon about that call you had with Kenny on January 29th, 2021?
Yes, it looks like I did.
And did you give him the details here, that you described here today to him, at least in part?
Yes.
No further questions.
Your Honor, one recross on that, Your Honor, please. I'll let you one question.
That's fair.
What's the date on top there?
February 11th.
You need rereader?
Thank you.
Ooh, he's setting her up.
21.
That's it.
Maybe you can set down.
He's gonna set her up for later now.
I'll take the exhibits when I quit, but then the last thing that, this, we're here, actually, I'll have you do it if you would. I'll give you back your transcript and we'll take the exhibits.
I think all the exhibits are clear.
Ooh, he's got her set up now.
With the exception
I thought,
of,
okay.
So
Dean Lambert is next.
Okay. Dean Lambert.
switch to rewatching the Robert.
Hey, Judge, may this witness be released from her subpoena?
Hey, Red.
I believe defense may wish to recall her, so she's not released.
So she's gonna get recalled and caught, and they're gonna catch her and her husband making shit up. We'll watch Robert Rowington after we get done with this. How about that? How about that? That'll be fair. We'll do that one next. Keep it in my mind, chat. Okay. Apparently, yeah. If you guys are saying it's a good one, we'll go to that. But we're already in this one, and I think this is actually going to get pretty good. There's got to be some issues like this one here. We've got a coroner who had Alzheimer's. The initial coroner had Alzheimer's, and now they're trying to make excuses why his findings aren't good anymore because his initial findings were bad. So, yeah, there's a lot actually to talk about in this one. So we'll do this one first. All right. How about that, chat? Yeah. Yeah. How about that? Timu Amber Heard. Funny. All right, let's keep going. He's wearing his best Carhartts to court too.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, can you say your whole name and spell your last?
Dean Lampert, Lamprt.
Nibba, please. I ain't gonna forget that.
Who's your wife?
Michelle Lampert.
Was there a time when you knew Kendy and Dan Howard?
Yes.
When was that?
Up to
Approximately.
approximately from 2019 to 21.
And what was the nature of that relationship?
Our kids went to school together, and our boys entered the Marines together as a buddy system.
As a result of knowing the Howards, did you on occasion socialize with them?
Occasionally,
And did that mean going to barbecues and things like that at the Howard's house?
a few times, yes.
Did you have occasions to speak with Dan Howard alone?
Occasionally,
And did this involve after the use of both of you of alcohol?
yes.
And did it involve you and he being alone sometimes?
Sometimes, yes.
And did it involve him bragging?
Yes.
Did he ever make any statements to you that you remember about whether or not he could make a murder like a suicide?
Yes, he did a few times.
What did he specifically say?
He said I could make a murder look like a suicide.
And what was the context of that?
And were you guys in a hot tub together when he said this? And did he talk about his heat allergy? Did he take his shirt off in front of you?
Kind of statement?
Shocking.
No, I mean, what was going on when he said
Bragging, being arrogant, I guess.
it? And where would it be in the middle of the day? Would it be towards the evening?
Evening time.
Would it involve having used, for the both of you having used alcohol at some point?
If I came to his house, he'd already been drinking quite a bit, so he was already intoxicated.
When he made these statements to you about making a murder look like a suicide, had you been drinking?
Yes.
About what time frame do you think he made these statements to you?
As in the evening time,
Nah, I'm talking about years.
It was a few times through the course of the last 4 years that I retained as a knowing.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Said that you hung out with Dan alone.
Occasionally,
Weren't you under oath at a prior hearing in this matter?
yes,
Weren't you asked specifically if you and Dan ever hung out one-on-one?
yes.
And didn't you answer no?
I might have said no, but when we're at a barbecue, him and I might have stepped off the side of the fire pit, nobody else was around. We might have gone on the patio, but we never hung out like as buddies.
Okay, so the answer is you never hung out alone. There were other people around?
Objection argumentative, and it's also compound.
Rephrase.
Sustained.
Sorry,
Rephrase.
Would you consider him a friend?
No.
No further questions.
You need to rewrite.
No, thank you.
I like that. Would you consider him a friend? No, thank you. So yeah, he's a random guy. You're bros, and he's like bullshitting you, but you're not bros. Also, yes, him spitting gum. The witness wranglers and people should have been on top of that, but from some reason they weren't. I've had judges stop people and say, "Grab a tissue, spit your gum out." Like, yes, he should spit his gum out. This isn't the fucking bleachers at a baseball game.
Deputy, sir, Deputy Trump.
Yes, sir.
All right, please step forward. Please raise your right hand. Please repeat these questions.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you have to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. You have a seat, please stand there. Doing it, Clark.
Thank you, Judge. Can you say your whole name and spell your last?
It's Deputy Jonathan Traw, T-R-A-W,
How are you employed?
with the Cook County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been so employed?
Full-time since 2013, and then 7 years before that was at Seagull.
Can you describe for us the nature of your job duties?
I'm a patrol deputy with the Sheriff's Office, and currently I supervise our Marine Division.
I take it you've been post-certified since you've been a patrol deputy.
Yes, sir.
What level?
Advanced certificate.
And that means what?
It's years of service mixed with post hours or college credits.
Were you working on January 29th of 2021?
I was.
And at some point during that shift, did you respond to the Howard residence?
I did.
What time?
It was approximately 5 in the morning.
Okay. What was the nature of the call?
I came out as a welfare check.
Who else responded?
Deputy Broughton.
Just the two of you?
Yes, sir.
Were you driving different vehicles?
We were.
Did you arrive at the same or different times?
We rode to the residence at the same time. I got to the area slightly before him.
Did you wait for him before you approached the house?
I did.
Describe what you saw as you walked to the house.
When we approached the house, we could see that there was lights on inside. The house was dark, but there were a couple of lights on inside. And as we got closer, we could look into the window and see people inside,
Now, I know I asked you about what time the call was. I think you said 5 a.m.
approximately.
How long did it take you for you to get there? So what time did you get there?
It took about maybe 15 minutes to get there.
So you arrived about 5:15 a.m.
I believe so.
When you saw figures in the house, where were you in relationship to like the front door?
Looking at the front door, we were just to the right of it, and that's where our window was.
Describe what happened next.
We looked in the window and we could see where at least 2 occupants were. Then I knocked on the door to get their attention and have somebody come to the door.
Did someone answer?
Yes,
Who was that?
it was Kendy Howard.
Did you and Deputy Broughton go inside
We did.
at the request of whom?
I believe I asked her to come inside.
Did somebody grant that?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Kendy.
Tell us what took place next.
When I asked her to come inside, and she allowed us to come in, and she immediately told me she wanted to leave. And I tried to talk to her about why we were there, and she was adamant that she wanted to leave.
Did you and Deputy Broughton split up, so to speak?
Yes, sir.
How did that work?
Deputy Broughton remained in the living room with Mr. Howard, and I went upstairs with Kendy.
Can you describe her demeanor for us?
When we first saw her at the house, she looked very anxious and very scared or worried. And then when she opened the door, she still had that, but then she looked relieved, but still anxious. But there was a sense of relief that came over her, it seemed like.
Were you with her then for a period of time upstairs?
Yes, sir.
And the same is true then for Deputy Brown downstairs with Mr. Howard?
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing a body camera?
I was.
What's a body camera?
It's a body camera is a camera that records video and audio, and we wear it somewhere on our body so it can see what's in front of us. It doesn't necessarily see what we see, but it sees what's in front of us.
Did you have that on during your contact with Kendy Howard?
I did.
Did you record your contact with Kendy?
It did.
I've got two exhibits for you. First one is marked as 6.
He's gonna say, "I love that bathtub to death, guys."
I do.
You recognize that to be?
This CD or DVD contains my body camera footage.
Have you watched that?
I have. I have.
Is that an accurate contact with Kendy Howard? 29, 2021, Howard?
It is.
Take a look at 6B for me. You would recognize that.
This appears to be the transcript of the video. It depicts who said what and how it was responded.
Have you read that once? Somebody gave same time.
I have.
6B accurate transcript.
It is.
6B, 6A.
Yeah. 6B and 6A are good. You may publish.
That's like corn dogs here. Can I get a large Coke? Hold on. Excuse me. Yes, I'd like a large Coke. Thank you.
Lots. I think it's okay. But let me check. Have you handed out the transcripts already to the jury? You said you were gonna publish that?
No, not yet.
Okay. I'm not telling you need to, it's whenever you wanna do it, I just wanna make sure they can see, okay? Can you all see okay? With the light, so and you can take these off so it's easier to watch the body cam. I'll kind of see what you can. Do you all have a preference? Okay.
Oh, hey. Welcome back from temporary banland.
Sheriff's office. He's on the couch. Sheriff's office. Hi, are you kidding me? I can't jump in the draw. We got a call from, I believe, a friend of yours. You mind if we come in and talk to you? It's a quiet dog. It's not up right on. You must be Mr. Howard. Daniel? You go by Mr. Howard or Daniel? Or Dan, I guess.
Shit, okay. My bad, guys. Sorry. So this is 5 days before she dies. 4 or 5 days. She dies on February 2nd. So if you don't want to count this day, she has 4 more days to live. So, yeah. But anyways, welcome back. Yes, welcome back from the bandland. 2.0 is very sorry for the friendly fire. So, yes, 4 days before she dies, this happens.
Alright, you want me to talk to you guys real quick? Alright.
Can I get a, go?
Yeah, do you want to follow it? It's just a safety thing, I just don't know where you're going is all. In Kennedy, correct? So your friend and your mom's kind of concerned about you. I'm not sure who called us, is all that. What's going on today? Okay, alright. What time did you get home? Well, that's not jazz. It's middle of the night, so it's almost 6 a.m. now, so 12 hours. When did you guys start having to talk about the divorce? Okay. So, you guys have been talking the whole time? Okay. What did you mean by you can't tell me what he was going to do? Okay. We're here to help, but we need to make sure. Well, we absolutely can keep it here, man, that's not my intention at all. I just want to make sure we're on the same page and kind of figure out what happened, because the friends are a lot more worried about you than just, oh, it's the same old thing, it always happens, right? So can you tell me? Did it ever become physical? What happened? When you woke up, where was he? You were up here or different? Did that look like this or? I just think there's stuff here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What happened about the time you woke up? Then he was standing over you on that side with him. Did he have anything in his hand or did he say anything? I know, but that's what I'm hearing. I'm here to hear both sides of the story, Okay. I get that, but when your safety is the question, it's not causing problems, it's protecting yourself, right? Okay, we're gonna want that. Do you have a bag or a suitcase up here, or do you want to grab one? Is anybody else here in the house?
Chat, I promise day 3 has better audio. They fixed the problems. I already checked ahead.
Are you decent over there? I'll let you change that. You're good. Man, let me know when you're decent.
No, you guys, it's too dark in the house for you to see.
Okay, you got back there, perfect. Where are you planning to go? Okay, what is it? I have no idea what's happening. Okay. That's not really open. Okay. Does he know where that's happening? Okay. Has anything like this happened before? Anything like tonight? Are there any firearms in the house? You're looking for a firearm, though? Good. Have you ever seen a gun in the house? Or? Yeah. Okay. Do you think he has one on him right now? Sitting over on him? Did you talk or did you just? Okay. Right. He seems pretty calm over there right now. What's their point? And I think that those are the point where he doesn't, you know, those are arguing like a, well, this was always kind of just that calm. Right. What do you think he's going to do? I know that I'd like to know what you think he's going to do, because it helps me out too, right? To see which direction I need to go. You know, I help him out too. You think he's going to hurt himself? Do you think he's going to kill you? And why do you think that happened? Just more of a feeling. That's okay. Just more of a feeling. Any other reason other than just like that? What? Okay. When you get down to the Orofino area, because I can't remember where you said. Canada. So when you get down to that area, do you think you'd be more willing to call us back and talk to us about what happened? Okay. I get that, but like I said, we're here to help you, and if you can at least tell me that you're going to leave me safe and then call us back once you're safe. I would usually do that. Okay. Before you leave, can you wait up here while I go talk to him? I appreciate that. Okay. You want to take you back up here and kind of hang out just like that, okay? Deputy Barton, you might go and hang out with Kennedy for a second. Okay. What is it? I said Kennedy. It's Kendy. Kendy. Sorry, all right.
So what's the issue? She wasn't really talking to me.
The issue is right now she kind of just wants to leave. Okay, so she's packing a bag. She's kind of told me a little bit about what happened tonight, and her waking up. Did you talk to Deputy Brock about what happened? Apparently you got picked up at the airport today?
Yes.
What time was that?
6:30.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask where you work? I didn't ask her, so. Oh, nice. Alright. Is it the long days or the long nights right now? The last day?
It's long.
Long nights, okay. I've never been there, so. What do you do in Alaska? Nice. Okay. How often are you gone to coming back?
3 weeks. 3 weeks.
Very nice. A lot. So what happened after she picked you up? Anything of note?
We stopped for his drinks, talking on the car. We were on the calls and he's fine with that. And I don't know, nice there for some guys and then
Sure.
just watching.
Where was she at? This side or that side? On this side? And then you were sitting on your side of the bed or walking around where you were?
Well, there's times I was everywhere.
Okay.
Keep the fire going.
She thought she saw you standing over her when she woke up. You were just standing right beside her. Did that ever happen? When
I was
sitting? Okay. closer than usual, further than usual, because something happened for us to get called, right? And a normal argument doesn't typically. Okay. She says the exact same thing. You guys never touched each other or raised voices, but she seems pretty stupid. Stupid? Do you have any firearms in the house?
No, oh, yeah, I do.
Right. If you,
Oh, no, we're all set.
is it garage or shop?
Shop.
Shop, okay.
I know, not there, I'm going to go.
Gotcha. Have you been out tonight at all, outside since? Any magazines in the house? She mentions she called it clip, but she mentions she saw a magazine laying on the floor or something like that earlier tonight.
I don't know if it's upset. I had to get home, I'll usually take it down to like one truck. When I hear one, she's a one across the
You haven't had time to put one back in that house since you've been back?
sometimes there's front, the shop.
Front.
And the closet. Hang on.
Gotcha.
So, only does
Fair enough, you can have as many as you want, I don't mind. I mean, I've got the same, but
What's the issue next?
she said she saw, with the demeanor she saw from you tonight, she was a little alarmed, and she saw the magazine that made her even more alarmed, so.
She's in the roads.
I don't know. Have you ever had that thought before?
No, I'm also. That would be psychological. And selfish thing. Imagine if it was not close.
You understand that in our profession, it's not a comedy, to have those feelings and those thoughts.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, whether we've been to a lot of those calls or not, it's still
I
very common for them to happen in our profession.
Most different man, at least.
Well, I mean,
I'm just concerned. But of course, I know I can't talk to her about
how many kids do you guys have? Do they live local or are they?
no.
Oh, okay, so, yeah, local, as far as, yeah, okay. Not Alaska and, so somewhere else, so at least in the county, it's pretty local, so.
She said she's so.
She's not doing a lot of talking, so.
Yeah. She just said she was good.
She didn't say that you did.
She said it told me. Did she
No,
say
not directly.
she saw the magazine?
So she saw me, and she saw it.
She
Mhm. That coupled with the demeanor tonight is set her off. As in, uneasy.
uneasy.
No, your demeanor matched the magazine that she saw on the floor. She'd rather leave for the night and stuff, so that'd be hard, so facilitating the bag and whatnot. Do you have a vehicle here? Is it one in the garage, or is that her? Okay, I just wanna make sure she's safe when you're not stranded, is what it says, so. How long have you guys been married?
What's the truth?
Okay. With her saying that there's a magazine and now there's not, you're telling me that you don't have one on you and you don't have a firearm on you, but if you don't mind, can I catch up?
Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind turning up there, putting your hands behind your back? No, it's just gonna catch up, super quick. I appreciate it.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, short timer's not Alzheimer's. Sorry. Either way, he didn't do his job right, and they're trying to claim that they had to go back in and fix it. But it's okay because he just messed up. Sorry about that, generic. But yes, you are correct. Thank you for the super chat.
English, no car. All right, well then,
All I should be comfortable.
thank you, sir. I get it. So on your side, when you guys were discussing or did it ever come argument, the possibly pending divorce or pending relationship issues or anything?
It's,
Did she ever raise her voice?
no,
No yelling or anything?
there's no opportunities.
Okay.
It's, it's probably inevitable, so we both are just trying to understand.
Sure.
She's
She's not being on comments. It's, the vagueness of what she's telling me, it's either she thinks she's gonna hurt herself or her, I don't know. She's not something to discuss what she said. That's what I'm reading. She's not.
She just started really,
Okay.
all of a sudden, she got out there.
About the time.
So they're open. We're talking.
Give us a shot.
We're talking. She was on the phone with her dad. And we thought, well, she had got some phone calls from one officer. She called her dad. He's been in the hospital. I think he's okay. And she went upset with him. I was like, oh no, because he's had health problems with his daughter. And she said she didn't want me to know what she's talking. I said, okay, so then we went upstairs. We went to her. So I come back. She's expecting me to be there. She went, everything's okay. She's actually sitting with me. So we're dead. Recently, I'm not sure. And, she must. I mean, obviously, I'm more afraid.
Sure. I get that. Did anything become physical in regards to her touching you in a way that you don't want to touch? And then not the other way around, you grabbing her, touching her, or anything? Okay. Okay, well, sure, I mean, touching in a way that's not normal, not a, yeah. Well,
This seems like a pretty good call.
then I think we'll probably want to finish up then. And, get her to leave if that's what she wants to do, and then if you want to stay, you can stay, but we're gonna head out unless you need anything else from us. Sure. I'll be right back. Yes. What's the dog's name?
So,
She's, okay. Just wanted to make sure she was still inside or something. Obviously, she's allowed to be outside. She's outside when we got here, so.
that's her job. Maybe outside. She's not very much this way.
I was gonna say, she wasn't very good at her job. I didn't hear peep out of her until I turned around and she's standing at me, you know. Oh, she wasn't intimidated. I got you there.
So, I don't know.
Kendy, is this your bag as well? Okay, all right. Good person. She's gonna self-pump her. Perfect. You're going out that way, we'll go out this way. Okay, if you guys have, either of you guys have any questions, please just call back.
Deputy, did you see any signs of intoxication in terms of,
I did not.
had you seen any signs of intoxication or being under the influence of anything? Would you have let her drive?
Not at all.
And did she drive away from the house?
She did. Yes, sir.
No further questions?
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Johnson.
Deputy, in this matter, this was your only involvement in this case?
Well, don't worry about what you didn't see. Just worry about like the things you could hear. Like Candy was very scared. She wanted to leave, and Daniel seemed very calm. And I just kind of run with that. But it does show that Kendy was so scared she called the police days before her death.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you explain what's going on with the body cam?
Towards the end,
Well, as far as, well, we'll start there, yes. Towards the end.
the sound.
Yes.
So we have domestic violence pamphlets that we keep in our pockets, and obviously I keep mine behind my camera, and that might not be the best place for it, but so I was trying to get those pamphlets, and that's what you heard me struggling with getting those out.
And then on the camera, you just had smudge on it,
There may have been some on it, yes, sir.
but you can tell what kind of pants does he have on?
One more time.
What kind of color pants does he have on?
I think they're dark in color.
Like a gray, greenish?
I don't recall exactly what it's.
Could you tell on the camera? Did you watch the just now?
Not just now, I'm at the angle.
He had a hoodie on.
I don't recall, I believe so, but I don't recall exactly what he was wearing.
Now, what was your understanding of why you were going to the call?
It was a welfare check that somebody was calling in, involving Kendy.
Rephrase. Now, you and there was another deputy with you,
Yes, sir.
Broughton,
Yes, sir.
and you guys expressed together after this encounter some comments about this case.
I don't recall exactly what was said after.
Yeah, well, do you recall having a conversation with Deputy Broughton, you and him, about whether Ms. Howard was making more of something?
I know we talked on our way back to the car, but that was some time ago. I don't exactly know what was said.
Do you remember whether or not you said that you feel like you can either
Objection,
share?
lack of foundation in hearsay.
Sustained.
He already said he didn't know. You got to
You-
stop.
Was that the end of your body cam recording?
I don't believe so. I believe things have been redacted.
Do you have the exhibit, like it's exhibit 6B in front of you?
I don't.
You know, push it open.
Yeah.
And Deputy Broughton, you've already established that you're familiar with this document, right?
Yes, I am.
And so, reading page 25.
There's no objection, there's no 25, because it's exactly, it's 25 contingencies.
Sustained.
You don't recall your conversation with Deputy Broughton?
Objection asked and answered, also not relevant.
Mr. Johnson?
It is relevant. Just saying.
What is, any conversation he has with Deputy Broughton, if I understand what you're asking to bring out, would be hearsay, nor would it be admissible in terms of its comment on credibility. So this whole line of questioning is not appropriate under those two rationales.
Did you ever get called back from Ms. Howard?
No, sir.
Do you know if she went back to her house next day?
I don't know.
Do you know, if she was mad or anything like that?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
On that, can you observe her?
Well, to the extent he's described her demeanor, you can ask him. So I'll overrule that.
Do you know whether or not she was mad?
She didn't appear mad to me.
And that was a black and white Victoria's Secret bag that she was packing.
I don't know if it was Victoria's Secret bag, it was a dark colored black and white bag.
And she took that with her when she left.
I believe so, we didn't follow her out to her car, but she packed that.
Dan did not have a magazine on him.
No, sir,
He didn't have a weapon on him.
not that I located.
He didn't have gloves on him.
No, sir.
Don't remember your approach.
Okay.
All right. Looks like we're going to finish up here. Come on, you guys. All right, Chad, I think that's it for today, day 2.
So there's a 15-minute response time?
I don't know exactly, it was approximately that.
What time did you arrive?
Around 5:15 approximately.
And do you know, you said that you don't, his demeanor was calm?
Yes, sir.
Did you think that the story that you heard made sense to you?
Objection, relevance is to this lay witness's opinion about someone else's credibility.
I already know that this is an officer that interviews people all the time.
Well, his opinion of whether or not the story Ms. Howard told was credible or not is not admissible, because that would be asking this witness to comment on another's credibility, which is invades the province of the jury. So I will sustain the objection.
What was the question?
Redirect.
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
May he be released from this opinion.
Yeah. Or, I'm assuming, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Do you have an exhibit with you? If you could hand it to me. Mr. Bertrand, we're about 10 minutes to 5. Who's your next witness going to be? Do you
Deputy
want,
Broughton, he's been out there all afternoon. He probably's gonna take more than 10 minutes, not much more, but more than that.
okay. Do you want to start, or do you want to just, would it be more appropriate to break now?
Probably be easier for it.
All right, then we'll break for the day from the jury. Let me advise you once again not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else for the form of opinion as concerns. So look forward to seeing you back at 9 o'clock. Just leave the notebooks in your chairs, and my bailiff's will sit here. So, thank you. Yes, please. You may see it. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. All right, Council, we've had a few discussions at the bar that haven't been picked up by the court reporter and made it into the court record. And so I want to go over that at this time. Mr. Johnson, you asked Mr. Prado about.
All right, that's it, guys. That's day 2. They introduced a lot of evidence that is he arrested? Yes, he's been in custody since August of 2023. Yes, he is a retired police officer. He did 19 years for the Idaho State Police until 2015 time, where he got caught stealing, and he was stealing ammunition and other state property. So he was convicted of that, and he retired. and then moved on to other jobs. So, yes, he's a retired police officer, and that's why they used his hard audio visual. Yeah. So here's the deal, guys. I will going forward, the audio is 100 times better. I know that, I can confirm it. So, we'll be better off going forward. So there we go. But yes, that audio and video, the body cam were taken 2 days or 3 days before she died. No, Brittany, the ammo they recovered in this situation, the ammo they recovered was not the type of gun used here. And that the theft charge happened back in 2014, so it's a long time ago. The audio is 100 times better is at 8D. Well, they figured it out. I can tell you that much. They figured it out. How about that? How about we just go with they figured it out, chat? Chat! Cheesel. Chattel for battle. That's what they figured out, okay? He stole a bunch of ammo, like, because he was like one of the range instructors for the state police, and they found a ton of it in the house. Like, he had tons of it he stole. So, yeah, he is there. So, yeah, so that's why they're using all this he knows forensics, and they're using it against him. So, are we going to watch day 3 now? No, no, we're not going to watch day 3, guys. Medicare's on at 8 p.m. I'm going to watch him. I don't know if we'll do a local stream. And then, I might be going on a stream with NG Law. Maybe for a little bit to talk about the Hales. And then, tonight we're going to go on at like 11 or 11:30, and we're going to cover the, Fannie Willis filings that she just filed recently, and kind of everything that came out in the past couple of days, because Fannie Willis has filed a bunch more crap. So the Hale stuff's only going to be real short, guys. We're not doing a ton of it. So that's all we're doing. We're not going to do a ton of crazy shit. Don't worry about it. So we're not going to do all kinds of crazy stuff with that. So, so we have the, from Kat, who sent it to me, and I want to say thank you to Kat. She sent me a couple of things. So there's a, like I said, we talked about it on Monday night as well, but we want to get back to it, that there's proof of another district attorney who's going to come in and testify against Fannie. So it's not good. It's not good. But the amount of reeing in this is hilarious. At least this time there is no screaming up and down in all caps like the last time. So we'll go through all of it. But that'll be tonight. I think there's a lot of funny stuff we could talk about with this. Wait, why is this not working? Download. Okay. So, guys, that is it for tonight. We will be back on later. Come protect freedom and democracy. Take a night off? No, people. I'm here to do a job. So, Delphi update stream. I'm gonna try to do that tomorrow or Sunday. because there's a lot to update. But yes, we need to get up on that. J-Rex says, are we watching Gym together? I don't know. I got to talk to 2.0 because I don't know what our plans are. So maybe. Tells be right back. Bleeding. Oof. Well, that's not a. That won't be used at the trial if she doesn't make it. Ask him about the fucking pack of sayings in an Indian restaurant in Hong Kong planning a hit on him. Yeah, some of this shit seems so fucking weird, but I don't know. People are making money off Yahoos. I mean, that's the nature of the internet. So, that'll be short. I'm going on someone else's. I'm not doing it. I'm never gonna put hail shit on my streams. Just no. So, woohoo! Locals on Medicare. Maybe, maybe not. Not promised. Not promised. Maybe. Not guaranteed. Darcy for $19.99. Holy cow! Thank you, Darcy. Saying thank you. Well, thank you very much. So, all right, guys. So that's it for now. We're gonna pack it up, and we'll start up later tonight. Like I said, I don't know if we're doing Gym live, but probably like around 11:30, 12. We'll go on and do some of the Fannie Willis stuff and see where we're at. All right. And we'll see if there's other stuff to talk about and laugh at. We can do that too. If there's other stuff to talk about. So I will see you guys later. Bye.